Not quite yet. Yeah. Check, check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Okay. Hey guys, we are about to get started. Just getting the names entered in. And I'm just checking to see that everything's working. Ah, okay, that works. Does this need to be turned on? The stylus pen? Ah, there it goes. Yeah. It's working.
It's a little finicky, I think. I get what I pay for. Apparently, for $10.
Okay, guys. So for today, we are doing the $4.99 and under tournament. It's a race to 4 on the winner's side, race to 3 on the loser's side. This is the first round, so everybody's racing to 4. Standard 9-ball rules. The 3-foul rule is in effect. And these guys are just getting started right now. So I think they are actually playing. So I'm going to start calling it like it is. Yeah, it definitely looks like they already started. So I'm getting the player names right now. I know one of them is Oscar and the other one's Brandon. I think Oscar's the one shooting right now. And if you're just joining us, and this is your first time joining us, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. We're trying to get to 1,000 subscribers, and the moment that happens, it's more than just a badge. YouTube starts unlocking features for us, and it's going to be good for the room, it's going to be good for the players, it's going to be good for everybody. So like, subscribe, and share. Subscribe is key. All right, so we've got names up, and everything is ready to go. Okay, so here comes Brandon. Here comes Oscar shooting at the 6 ball. And this is a tough shot. He's got to be bridging over that 9. And he just hangs it up. This is going to give Brandon an awesome opportunity to get on the board first. I might even think about going rail first on this and just creeping up on that right side, just like he hit a little bit hard on that. But did he get a favorable bounce? Nope. This is going to be a tough shot. He's got the cross bank in the side. If he hits this gently enough, oops, and he tried to cut it in the side. And he's going to leave Oscar treetop on that 9 ball. Wow, that's a tough spot to be in. 3 balls on the table, and you got a wide open look at that 7, but your treetop. But if he can knock this down, there's a good chance he can get shape on that 8. Now that 9 ball is really getting in the way today. So it looks like, yeah, he's going to be kicking one rail here. Yeah, and those situations are tough. When you've got to kick at a ball that's more than a foot away from the rail, it's hard to be accurate. But he's going to leave Oscar a shot in the top right corner. And if it were me, I'd probably try and stun this to the rail and back. Just kind of like go see if I can do it this way. See if I can go like this, kind of like that. Oh, he went the other way. Brandon is down in the shot already. This is early morning stuff, I think. You know, we're just past noon right now, which is bright and early for a pool player. Okay, so Brandon gets the double bubble. Really nice shot. Look at that. Wow. Real nice way to open that up. So let me see if they've started. Yep, I think they have. Race to 4. Hold on one second. Did you guys not start yet? I don't understand. Um, okay, really quick. I'm not here to referee. I asked you to wait, but like, yeah. One guy thought they started, the other guy didn't know. And I'm like, you guys have to work it out. I'm not here to referee. I asked you to wait. That was it. You know. I think there was some confusion there on whether or not they were starting the match. I don't know if you guys overheard what I was saying just now. Um, one person thought they started, the other one didn't. They're going to proceed as is anyway. So Brandon is up 1-0 with Oscar breaking. Um, maybe that slows them down a little bit because they were shooting awfully fast. Beautiful break. Oh my goodness. That's 4 in the break, and that happened so fast. I I don't even know what happened there. Wow. So the 1, 3, 6, and 8 are down, and not surprisingly, tough shot in the 2. So here comes Brandon, and he's got a really good opportunity here, and he's given this a good look because he can go back and forth, I think, and get shape on that 4 ball. So all you really need to do is just focus on knocking this 2 ball down. He overcuts it, and he's going to leave something. Doesn't look like a whole lot of fun, but it's something. Um, he might be able. He looks like he's playing safe. He's going to dig into this a little. I like this play. I like this play a lot. He overhit it, but that doesn't change the fact that this is still a tough leave. Um, here comes Brandon, and I think he's going to have a full look at this 2 ball. And this is a really critical shot right here. I mean, like, it's very easy to get tunnel vision and to just focus on the ball in front of you, but you really need to like bear down on this because the 4, 5, and 7 are all right next to each other. So the first one to make this 2 is going to have a really good chance to get out here. And he just undercuts that a little bit. And another tough shot. So here comes Brandon. He's going to try and make this in the side pocket, I think, and probably run into that 4. Oh, he missed running into the 4, and I think he's going to leave himself safe behind that 7-5. He's down already, kicking. And he's going to leave distance. So Oscar's got to come up with one big shot here, I think. And if he can just roll this in, he's going to have really good shape on that 5. Got the good speed. And he's got a shot on the 5. Awesome shot by Oscar. So I think he's going to have to try and play short side shape here on that 7. So another, like, just roll this in. Oh, he's going to punch this, try and get on the good side, and he hit it really nice. That was a great shot by Oscar. Okay. So this is another one where, like, you just roll this in and just allow the cue ball to go back and forth. And really anything around center table is going to work. Really nice shot. Well done there. Really well done. I think he would have liked it if he was a little bit higher, a little bit closer to center table, but, this is definitely manageable. So he's going to look this over. He's going to take a second here. Try and make this race, race to 3. Oh, he overcut it. Oh, no. So here comes Brandon with a relatively easy 9-ball. He's already down. Oh, and he missed it. This is why it's really important. You got to take your time on these shots. Like, allow your body to settle into your stance. Allow your eyes to focus on that target. That's going to take a couple seconds. Oh, and he's going to scratch in the top right corner. Oh, no. So Brandon's going to go up 2-0. He's going to spot this up and go through the formalities, but I think it's going to be 2-0 in just a second. And there it is. So we're racing to 4. It's alternating breaks. Rack your own. We're racking with a magic rack. For those who have not been to the room before, this is Skinny Bob's Billiards. We're in Round Rock, Texas. That's just north of Austin. Players here are playing on the Diamond Pro-Am tables, 9-foot, 4.5-inch pockets, super aramith balls. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Yes, there we go. See? Like, subscribe, and share. At the very least, hit that like button. It's really important. See, what happens is, as we get more and more subscribers, it unlocks features for us. And as those features get unlocked, it's good for the room. It's going to be good for the players. And if you like this video, it's going to appear higher up in people's feeds. So, there is that off chance that, you've got pool players out there across the country. They're going to log into YouTube and they're going to see Skinny Bob's right on that homepage because you liked it, and helps us out a great deal. So please do those 3 things if you haven't gotten to it already. And here's Brandon with the bank shot. He's gonna leave that 1 ball married up at the cue. They've left that magic rack on the table. Probably not the best idea. So here's Oscar jacked up, makes the 1 in the side pocket, but I think the 2 in the corner is going to be blocked, so he's probably going to try the thin cut in the side. The hanging 3, that's definitely the way to go. Oh, he's playing safe. Oh, I like it. He's got a full eclipse behind that 7-ball. So Brendan's probably going to have to go for, I think he's got a 1-rail kick with a little bit of spin. Not enough spin there. So Brandon gives a ball in hand to Oscar. Oscar's going to remove that magic rack. It's always a good idea to get that out of the way because balls roll over it and it can change the course of that ball. And the last thing you want is for something unpredictable to happen. It looks like Oscar's going to go for another safety. I think until Brandon can prove that he can kick these balls, Oscar's going to take advantage of this. The 3-foul rule is in effect today, so this is definitely a strategy that can win games. So the next one's going to be a little bit tricky. Yep. So that's ball in hand for Oscar. Let's see what he does here. Um, the best move is to try and put that cue ball behind the 3. There's just so many good things happening there, but you have to have a good cue ball to make sure that you don't scratch. Oh, I think he's going to try and run a couple balls out. I think he should play safe. The easier one is to roll up on that 9 ball. Like, you just send that 2 ball to the other end of the table, like right over here, and you just plant that cue ball right behind the 9 over there. It's really something that I know he's definitely capable of doing. Maybe he just didn't think about it. Because that 4 ball is messy. You know, there is a window available for that 4, but with the bridge, he's going to have to draw out to it, I think. Oh, he hit that nice. Oh, I think he hit that window perfect. Wow. Really well played. So I think he can roll this in and play the 5 in the side pocket. That's what I would look to do at the very least. You want to be careful with this 4 ball. Oh, he played it really well. Hit it super accurate. And he's got that shot in the side pocket. And the nice thing here is that you can really like just bear down, make this 5 ball, because the position on the 6 is going to be automatic. All you got to do is just make this 5. Oh, he hit a little bit harder than I would have done. Okay, this is going to be a little bit more difficult. But it's there. He's got shape on the 6. But he's on the wrong side. So that shot line right here, I'm not going to draw yet because he's about to shoot. You wanted to be on the other side of that ball. Oh, beautiful shot. Don't get hooked. Did it get there? I don't think it did. Ah, what a beautiful shot by Oscar there. So Oscar's gone and gotten his jump cue. And I think he's going to try and jump this in. The other option might be to go rail first. I don't know if that's available to him or not. But yeah, he's jumping. He's got a legal hit. Let's see where this lands. Here comes Brandon. Brandon's hung this up, but I think the 9 ball is going to help him out a little bit. This is an interesting situation and one where you should definitely take your time on, because you can go rail first, and the natural shape is for the cue ball to go down table for the 8. I think he's going to try and curve around the 9 ball. Oh, look at, oh, you could see the whole thing. Oh, this is going to work out beautifully. He goes 3 rails into the 8 ball and bumps it for perfect shape on the 8. I think he's got enough of an angle to go to the left side rail and out. And that's exactly what he's doing. And he hit that real sweet. I like how he hit that. So this is going to put Oscar on the board. No donut for Brandon. There we go. And I'm going to do my best. We just got settled in, so I'm going to do my best to also keep an eye on what's going on table 2. So if this match happens to end early, I will try and I will try and switch over for that. Just going to keep a. Just going to bring up the brackets over here really quick so I can see what's going on. Here's Oscar breaking. Okay. Right now I'm just checking the scores, or checking the brackets to make sure that I've got the correct names for table 2. And if you want to check out the brackets yourself, you can go to skinnybobs.com, and if you scroll down, you will see a link for View Weekly Tournament online brackets. That's where we keep all of our brackets, not just the weekly ones. So we've got Holly. I know she's on that table, and her opponent is Danny Selman. Okay. So let me just get that updated. Okay. And I can tell that someone over there is up 2-1. I don't know who. But like I said, I'll try and keep an eye on that just in case. And here's Oscar shooting at the 4-ball. And this rack has gone so quickly. I just look away for a minute, and there's 4 balls down already. He's going to dig into this, but even so, I don't think there's going to be much of an opportunity on his 6-ball. Beautiful shot, and he gets underneath it. Awesome shot by Oscar there. He might have a shot in the top right corner. He's down already. I think he does. So he's going to want to roll this in. Yep, just like that. Ah. That was such a great opportunity that Oscar created for himself. Here's Brendan already down. Okay, so I see the score on their side as being 1-1. So I think they did not count the first game. So I'm going to update. I'm going to check with them once this game is over and update the score accordingly. We might be 1 game ahead on them. Brendan misses the 7-ball, and he's left a great opportunity for Oscar to get to 2. Oscar's going to draw out. He's going to fall a little bit short, so he's going to have his cue ball climbing up table here. And this is a tough shot because you can't really do much with the cue ball without the risk of scratching in the side pocket. So you got to think about this, take a moment to think about what you want to do here. Yeah. Yeah, he's looking this over. This is a tough spot. Some players might even consider banking this in. That's how tough this is. And that's what he was doing, yeah, looking at the bank shot. And he's going to leave Brandon a hanger in the side pocket with the 9-ball nearby. Yeah, it doesn't get much better than that. I'd still move that magic rack out of the way. Okay, so I'm going to check on the score with them real quick. Okay, so they did the right thing. The first game, there was some confusion as to whether or not they started, and so apparently, I guess what happened was they decided that game did not count, and so now Brendan is leading 2-1. So I'm not going to update the score. Now the score is correct. Here's Brendan breaking, and if you recall, just a few minutes ago, Oscar had a huge break where he made 4. So it looks like the table's breaking well today. just as I say that, he gets a dry break. Does he get a dry break? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, it's a dry break. This is a great chance for Oscar to play safe here. I would definitely look to bring that one ball to the other end of the table and try and leave the cue ball behind the 2-4. I think he's going to try and do. I think he's thinking the same thing. I'm not quite sure what he was doing there. Maybe playing the combination, but Brandon's going to get 2 balls there, but he's not going to get paid for it. He played the bank and the carom, and both balls dropped, and left himself safe on the 2. And he's already off and shooting, and he's kicked successfully, but he's going to leave Oscar an opportunity here. And we are racing to 4, and these sets are going to go fast. And these are 2 fast players too. This is a really pretty shot. Okay, he didn't get the result that he was looking for, but the idea was definitely there. He just needed just a little bit more juice on that, and he would have left Brandon hooked. So Brandon makes the 2 ball, and he runs into the 7, unfortunately, and that's going to leave him safe. Or not. Oh, he's safe, but he might be able to see a little bit of that 4. No, he clips the 8. So here comes Oscar with ball in hand. I like this idea. So he can slide this out. He should be able to get a shot on the 5 ball. Oh, he overcuts it. This is a tough spot for Brandon. I mean, he's going to make the 4 ball, but he's also going to run into the 9, and not in a particularly great way. He's going to have to get that cue ball to climb up table in a controlled fashion if he wants to see the 5. And he overhits it. You see what happened there? Like he just grazed the 9 ball, and does he have a window between the 8-9 or 8-7? No, he does not. So he clips both balls on the way in. He's going to give Oscar ball in hand again. So Oscar's got a great chance here. If he can just get position on this 6 ball, these balls lay up pretty nice for him. So he's running to the 7, relocating it, and that's not the worst thing in the world actually, because he's going to have to play the 7 and the 8 in the same pocket, I believe. Just leave yourself an angle here. It looks like he's going to be kind of straight. So if he's straight, he may have to go for the 8-9 combo. Oh, he runs into it. That's a very well played shot. He didn't get the result he wanted there, but very well played. He's playing safe. He's going to need that 8 ball to come out to center table a bit, and I think he got there. These guys are playing so fast, it's hard for me to keep up with what they're doing. Oh, Oscar's going to overrun this 9 ball here. Yeah, he just overhit this by a little bit. He still has a shot in the side pocket, and it's a little bit of a two-way here. Like if you can hit this side of the side pocket, you're probably not going to leave a whole lot. So the key here is to aim for the pocket or a slight undercut. You don't want to hit that point. You don't want to hit this point over here on that side because you'll leave him a shot. So yeah, the key here is pocket or hit it a little bit on the chubby side. Beautiful shot. Beautiful shot. That's going to tie this at 2. So I'm looking at table 2 right now, and I show you what's going on over here. So I know one of these players is up 2-1. So that's Holly shooting right now, and I haven't seen an update recently. So the moment I do, I will be able to give you guys a score on that one. But we're going to go back over to table 1. Oscar had a 4-ball break earlier, so this will be really exciting. Looks like, yeah, he's breaking dead center. Okay. Let's see if he can get both wing balls, the 5 and the 7. Oh, 9-ball. Wow. Wow. So Oscar has a dry break, and he hangs the 9-ball with the 2 nearby. Brandon's going to be looking to make that right now. All he has to do is make this 1 ball and find the 2 somehow, and yeah, the stop shot does it. This is going to be a quick game. Oh, he missed it. So Brendan undercuts the 2 ball. Yeah, Oscar doesn't even think twice. He's gonna knock that 9-ball down, get it out of there. That 9-ball spots up. And that's something. Now Oscar didn't have a whole lot of choice there because the 9-ball was hanging right at the lip of the pocket. But that's still something that you need to think about before you shoot it. You see how he's spotting it up right near the 3-ball? You could be leaving another combination. So when you're in that situation, you have to think about like exactly how that 9-ball is spotting up and check to make sure so that way, you don't leave your opponent another opportunity to win an early game. In my opinion, that was a little too close. Like you didn't, with where the 3-ball was, I probably would have comboed the 3 into the 9, and that way I would have relocated that completely. And yeah, if I can even drive the 4 out of there at the same time, even better. So Oscar playing safe accidentally makes the 5-ball, but the good news is that the 3-ball leaked out, so he still can see it. And I think he's going to go for that top left corner, but he's going to have to hit this hard, otherwise he's gonna risk safing himself behind the 6. That's good speed there. That's really good speed. All right, that's a great shot. And I think he can look to play this in the top left corner and just had that cue ball slide out for the 6 in the side. I see. So he was trying to roll that 4-ball up table and play the 6 in the bottom right, and I think he was concerned about having his cue ball leak over to the left hand side, so he hit it a little bit too heavy. Um, so Brandon's now left himself a tough shot on this 6 after making the hanging 4. Oh, real nice shot by Brandon, cutting it in the side pocket. This is a great opportunity for him to get on the hill. And these tables can be so slick. You know, I know exactly what it's like to play shots like that and find yourself overrunning position in the side pocket. But I think he's left himself kind of straight on that corner. And he's overcut it. So this is a really good chance to try and regain control. And even though Oscar's already down on this shot, the idea is to leave that 8-ball on the short rail, just like that. And the reason why you do that is because this general area, if you can leave a ball in that area and leave the cue ball on this side of the table, there's a really good chance you're not going to leave your opponent much. And look at that, as I'm saying it. Brandon drains the bank shot. And Brandon's gotten on the hill. So Brandon takes a 3-2 lead. But that's precisely what you want to force your opponent to have to do. And that's why you play that safety, because the truth of the matter is, even the best players in the world are going to have a tough time making that bank shot, you know, at a high success rate. And so you're playing the odds. You're basically saying, I think you're 50-50 on this. I'm going to take my chance here and say that there'll be at least a 50% chance I'll get back to the table and I'll have a reasonable opportunity. So here's Brandon. I know he's been breaking from the rail. Oh no, he's breaking center as well. Look at that. 7-ball down, 3-ball hanging, 2-ball near a pocket, and he's got shape on the 1. Look at this. Now, if he can just figure out a way to get that cue ball to the other end of the table, well, this will work. This will definitely work. And you just float this in, keep the cue ball nearby. He's overcut this a little, still makes it. And he's down in this shot already. He's not moving that magic rack. Is that bump gonna work? I don't think so. Oh, and he fouls. He went to get down on the shot, didn't look to see where the cue ball was, and his cue just bumped right into it. So here comes Oscar with ball in hand. And this is an important situation right now already, even though this is still the first inning of this game. Because if Oscar can get these first 2 balls, I think what he was trying to do was draw back for the 5 in the side, and he just didn't really draw. But what I was going to say is, if you can get these first 2 balls down, that 6 ball's near a pocket, you can find yourself shooting at that 9-ball real quick. And look at that. Oscar's missed the 5-ball. He's going to give Brendan ball in hand. Brendan's going to have an opportunity here to close this match out. And it's a matter of sometimes just breaking the game up into little segments. Like sometimes you're faced with an awkward situation, or it's a little bit complex. But you look at the rest of the table and you realize, like, oh, everything's going to be a gimme after that. You want to treat that ball in front of you like it's the 9-ball. Like this is the game-winning shot. So Oscar's back at the table after Brandon's missed the 6, and he's going to run into that 8-ball, and it's going to award him with a shot in the top right corner. This is a critical shot. This is what I'm talking about. This is your 9-ball right here. So if he can make this and just float that cue ball to the left side of the table, he's going to have a hanger in the side pocket. So he's overhit this, overcut this, and he's left Brendan really tough. Brendan's a fast shooter, though, so he's down already. And although Brendan's shooting a little faster than my personal taste, I do like the fact that, he's keeping it simple. He was like, I'm just going to make this ball, because that's really what you want to do. You want to just keep your goals manageable. Don't try and do too much. That's a really good shot by Oscar. I like how he played that. So he's going to play this 9 ball in the bottom right corner, and this will get him to the hill. There we have it. We're hill, guys. Oscar's got such a sweet break. That's really a sweet break. So Brendan's already down on the shot. And this is as well as he struck that rack. This is a bit of a messy layout. He's got a 2-4, and he's going to want to keep that 2 ball near the corner pocket. So trying to hit that 4 fat in the as fat as possible. But he misses the combo, and he's going to give Oscar an opportunity to make this 2 ball, maybe draw back a little bit, try and play the 3 in the top left corner. Oh, and that's not what you want to do. So he's moved the 4 ball off the pocket, and that's going to make this 3 ball even tougher. Oh, he hit that real well. Ah. So Oscar's gotten some really good swings in here, but he's just not getting those balls to drop. This is beautiful. Look at this. So Brandon goes rail first and goes 1, 2, 3 rails, 3 more rails for position. And he's going to spin out. Watch out, 8-ball. There's a ball there. I think he's got it. I think he's good. Yeah, he's down already. He's rolled this in, and it looks like he's going to have a shot in the top right corner. Down again, all right, very quickly. Well played. And he can go 3 rails for position on the 8. Just wants to knock this 7 down. And he's overhit this a bit. He's going to be left really thin, so he might be looking to bank this. So Brendan's missed the cut on the 8, and Oscar's got a great chance to close this out. It's a little bit awkward because the cue ball's on the rail, and it's slightly steeper than what you want, but he should be able to just roll this in, or he can play this, a little bit harder than that and come across. Yeah, he's undercut it. That's the most common way to miss that shot, and really like you have to bear down and find that target and keep your eye on that target. Oh, and Oscar's miscued. That's going to be a foul. It's going to give Brandon ball in hand with 2 balls left. But this is still a little bit of a challenge because you got the 8-ball on one end of the table and the 9 on the other. So I like the idea of going 2 to 3 rails for shape. Yeah, he's positioning this well. I'd move that cue ball even further to the right. He's going to one rail it, and this will work. Oh, and he's missed it. It's really important you take your time and look at that target and make sure that you're aiming for the right place in that ball. Brendan was real quick to get down on that shot, and he's going to leave Oscar a hanger on the 9. This is for the match. Really, really well done. And Oscar's going to win it. Guys, I'll be back momentarily. For the time being, I'm going to switch this over to the table 2, so you guys can see what's going on. But I will be back momentarily. Hey guys. Okay, so we've got a fun one here. We've got McKenna and let's see who her opponent is. And they're starting already. So McKenna is breaking, and I'm going to find out who her opponent is really quick. Justin Davis. Okay. Okay. So we'll move back over here. And we've got McKenna Sanders and Justin Davis. They have just gotten started. McKenna broke. This will be a fun match. McKenna is an everyday regular here at Skinny Bob's. Anyone who comes here has seen her quite a bit, and she's improved immensely in the last couple of years. That's a real good kick shot, and she runs into the 9 and gets coverage with the 3. So Justin's going to be in a bit of a spot. He's looking to get his jump cue. This is going to be a really tough jump shot here. But either way, this is tough to jump, tough to kick. This is just not a fun situation. So yeah, he's getting his jump cue. And one idea is you can jump over this, hit it near full in the face, just favor the right side a little bit, and you might get coverage, but with that 7 and 6 over there. He hits it really nice. He almost makes it. He's gonna leave. He's gonna leave McKenna a shot. And I would go so far as to say McKenna's strength is pocketing. So um, you really don't want to leave her very many opportunities, especially ones that can get her warmed up. So McKenna unfortunately shot this quickly and right into the rail. As I said, she's a really good shot maker. But she didn't leave much for Justin. Justin's going to have, looks like a bank in the side. Another idea is you can park that two ball up here, you know, and send that cue ball like this. That's definitely available. Oh, he banks the two in the side. Is that eight ball going to get in the way? Needs that cue ball to slow down. Okay. So he's going to have a shot on the three, but getting on the four is not going to be easy. So he's already got an idea. So he's going to roll this in, and he's going to accept the tough cut on the four. Probably not the worst idea, like, given the situation, if you're kind of straight on that. You can actually focus on just cutting this in and allow the cue ball to go up and down table, and he just undercuts it. That's all. So here comes McKenna with an opportunity to get on the board. And again, this is a very similar situation as to what Justin had before. I think it's so thin that she's going to have to go up and down table. Probably use a little bit of inside spin to just keep it, to straighten it out. She overcuts it, and that cue ball is going to be heading right toward, that's a foul technically. I don't think Justin's going to call it on her, but that's one of the reasons why you want to leave that magic rack off the rail, because when the cue ball touches the magic rack like that, that's a foul. If it's on the bed of the table, that's allowed. But if it's on the rail, then you are responsible for that equipment at that point. So Justin lucks the ball in, but he doesn't have a great angle on this four. I think he's going to go for it. And again, this is one of those situations where you want that cue ball to go up and down table. So he runs into the six. He hasn't leave McKenna very much. This is going to be a tough shot for them. This is similar to what we saw in the last set, where things were a little bit shaky and everyone's shooting a little bit fast. Really nice shot by McKenna there. It's going to come up a little bit short. She's going to need this to move. So this is another interesting spot. She could actually send that cue ball off the six and behind the seven over there while sending the six out this way. That's definitely, I think, available to her. Unless, of course, there's just going to be too much speed on that cue ball. I can't quite tell from this angle. She tried to cut it in, and it looks like she went rail first. She's going to leave Justin a really good opportunity to get on the board. Even though it looks like he's dead straight on that six ball, those side pockets are really, they're the biggest pockets on the table. I think they're either 4 3/4 or 5 inches wide. I want to say they're 5 inches wide. And so you can cheat it and get that cue ball to go in the opposite direction if need be. So he must have been a little bit on the other side of the ball, which is the only reason why he didn't do that. So he's got a bit of a thin cut, but again, this is one of those things where, like, you just make this, allow the cue ball to go up and down table, and it should give you a shot in the 9. Just like that. Really well done. This isn't the most fun shot, but all you have to do is just think about rolling this in. Just hit this at pocket speed, and you'll give yourself a really good chance of getting that game. And he overcuts it. Here comes McKenna. And this will be a really interesting shot for her here because it's similar to what Justin had. A lot of distance, and she's probably going to want to try and roll this in. But I think there's a little bit more at stake here because there we go. I was going to say there's a little bit more at stake here because if you miss it, the likelihood of hanging it just goes up exponentially. That's going to bring McKenna to 1-0. Oh, good. They're using the scoreboard. We have a little scoreboard, which I'm also relying on because when we set up this stream, we took the Predator light that we were using on table 18 and we moved it over to table 1. And anybody who knows what the Predator lights look like, hanging beads from it is not a very practical thing to do. So we've got a digital scoreboard nearby that I'm, actively keeping an eye on. And it's electronics. You always want to make sure that people know how to use it. But it's clear that both of these players are familiar, so that makes my life a little bit easier. Really nice break by Justin. The 2 ball is down. And look at that. The 4 ball just bumps the 1 ball just ever so slightly into a path where he might be able to make it in the side pocket. He can definitely make it in the corner. And let's get that magic rack off the table. See, yeah, it's okay, good. Yeah, even better. Because, yeah, I mean, if you look at the rules, there's concessions made for when the magic rack is on the bed of the table and it can't be removed. But once you've removed it, you're responsible for it, just like it's a cube of chalk. So if you had a cube of chalk, interfere with a moving cue ball, that would be a foul. Same thing applies to the magic rack. So you always want to try and keep that out of play. That's a really good kick by McKenna. That's going to go in, and she's going to have a shot on the 3 ball. And this is a really good opportunity for her. It's a tough shot on the 3, but this is what I was talking about before, like breaking the game up into segments, because if you can get position on that 4, she's going to hang this. Oh, she's going to scratch too. What I was going to say is if you can get position on that 4, this rack gets late real fast. And it's important to acknowledge that, to recognize it, and then treat the ball that you're on accordingly. So here's Justin. He's going to have to really prioritize getting position on that 4. He's going to leave himself a bit thin. So one thing you can do here is you can cut that 4 ball over there. And you can actually use some inside spin. We call that check spin, and it'll back it up. Well, it worked out for him really well. So my idea was not necessary. And see what I mean? Like, this is going to get late real fast. That's perfect. So all he really needs to do here is just stop that cue ball. He doesn't want to do too much. Just like that. And you could have drawn back like a ball's width, like a couple of inches, and that way you don't need to use the top rail to get shape on the 8. But if you know you can get position on the 8 by using the top rail, then why do anything else? Like why play position when you already have position? Exactly. Beautiful shot there by Justin. So he's got a great chance here to tie this at 1. There it is. So here's McKenna. She's going to be breaking from the right side of the table, our right, stage right, 2 ball down. And she had that 1 ball dressed up for the side pocket, but the 3 came over and kicked it out of there. So looks like she's going to be playing safe. She's already got an idea. I don't even have an idea. She's going to feather this. Really well done. That's a really good play. And that's a play I don't see a whole lot anymore. You know, just to feather that 1 ball and then send the cue ball to a good spot. It's when it's available, it's really easy to execute and can be incredibly effective. So there's Justin. He's going to have to kick at this. Oh, he kicks it real clean. So it looks like McKenna's going to be walking to the table for a bank shot, especially with where the 3 ball's dressed up. She can like bank this while having. Oh, she's going to try and play the cut. So Justin's got 2 choices here. He can either play this 1 ball in the side pocket, or he can roll that cue ball up on the 3 and play safe. That's what he does. Plays the 1 on the side, and he's got a thin cut here. So he's going to have to really dig into this if he's going to want to get shape on that 4. He's going to need some love. He's got a little bit. He wanted to dig into that a bit more, trying to avoid that cluster altogether. But he came out of it smelling like roses. Could have been a lot worse there. I think he's banking this, or he's going to play safe. Yeah, he's playing safe. Really well played. So McKenna's got an interesting choice here. She can play a 2-rail kick, and that's, you know, pretty straightforward. Or she can jump over that 9 ball, and she's looking for her jump cue. She's putting it together. And this is an interesting spot because you really don't want a wild cue ball. So if you know you can get over that 9, the jump I think is the right way to go. If you feel uncomfortable getting over that 9, then the 2-railer is the way to go. But either way, you're really looking to avoid fouling. Oh, so McKenna successfully jumps over the 9 ball, but I can tell just from where I'm sitting that she had a little bit of left spin on that cue ball, and it just massayed just at the last second, and she was unable to get legal contact. So Justin's got ball in hand, and he's got a great chance here to take the lead. He's just going to dig into this and just use that side rail. And he's kind of straight, but I think he's got a good angle. You're going to want to play a stop shot here anyway. So you want that angle. You don't want to get straight on that 6. That's a good spot. So you can actually draw out like this, or you can punch like that, or you can roll forward, and he's got lots of, and he overcut it. But there were a lot of opportunities there to get on that 7 ball. You really just have to take a moment and come up with a good plan and execute it. Justin's definitely capable of more than capable of handling that situation. So I think he just rushed that shot a little bit. So McKenna plays the 2-rail kick, makes successful contact, but she's going to leave Justin an opportunity here. It's not the easiest. Pocketing the 6 is there, but getting position on that 7 is going to require some work. I think he's going to have to go around the horn. He's going to try and float this in. And actually, I think he was playing safe there because I don't think he had any intention of making that shot. Um, Definitely not the worst idea because, like I said, you would have had to go around the horn if you wanted to get out. So McKenna tried to send the 6 ball to the other end of the table. She ran into the 8, so that foiled her plans just a little bit, but only a little bit, because Justin's got to come up with a good shot here. He can make the 6 in the side, but he's going to be running into the 8 if he does. And the 6 in the corner is really tough. And the side pocket kind of comes into play a little bit. Now, the side pocket shouldn't come into play. Yeah, I think he's going for the side. But he's going to run into that. Oh, he avoids the 8 ball. Here's a great opportunity for McKenna. She's got a manageable shot on the 6, and she's on the wrong side of it, but enough of the wrong side where she can just one rail this. She 2 rails it, and I really like that shot. Well played. And this is what I mean about McKenna. Her pocketing has improved immensely in the last year or so. You don't want to give her very many opportunities. She'll show you why her Fargo's been going up so quickly. But McKenna's going to want to just avoid this scratch here in that corner pocket. Oh, she's got a much bigger angle than it looked. And this is going to give McKenna the lead if she can knock this down. And there it is. So guys, don't forget, most important thing here is like, subscribe, and share. We need that. YouTube unlocks features when we get to 1,000 subscribers. The last I checked, we were a bit over 500, so we're like halfway there. One of the features that gets unlocked is a revenue share, which means that as those ads appear, now we suddenly start to make money off of that, and it's money that we want to go back to the players. That's the goal, and all it costs is a little click from you. So just click that subscribe button if you haven't done that already. Share this channel with your friends. Share this stream with your friends, and like this as well, because when you like a video, the likelihood that it will appear in other people's home pages just goes up exponentially, especially if those people play pool. So like, subscribe, and share when you get the chance. Here's McKenna shooting at the 1. This is gonna, yep, it's gonna trickle in, and she's gonna have a really nice shot on this 2 ball. The 3-8 is going to be challenging. So let's see how she handles this. Okay. So this is going to be a bit of an in and out sort of combination where she's going to have to cut it to the right so that the 8 ball can cut to the left. But it looks pretty straightforward. Well done. Unfortunately, though, the 3 did not carry him off well. And yeah, she's looking for the bridge already. Now, I think she's going to try and thin this. Oh, she's going to go directly at it. So she's going to try and use the 9 as a blocker. I don't think it's there. Yeah, I think it's gonna leak a little bit. So here comes Justin with a great opportunity to knock down a few balls. He can make this 3 ball in the side pocket. He's got a hanging 4 and the 5 ball sitting on the same rail. So again, this is one of those situations where you can get into a late rack scenario really quick. So yeah, this is the moment where you sort of want to regroup. Make sure you knock this ball down. I like how he played that. I really do. He hit it a little bit on the hard side, but the 7 ball was able to, keep the cue ball in line. And yeah, Justin chose to play a bit of a stop shot there. I would have rolled forward just to guarantee that down table angle, but I think he's okay. I think you just roll this in. Uh, Side pocket, and there's a hole there. Yeah. So McKenna is going to get. Oh, Justin has already conceded the game, so McKenna is going to be on the hill. So Big Tex says, "Howdy, little buddy. I hope Ray Tull wins the whole thing." Um, I haven't seen Ray Tull. I don't think he's playing. Um, he's definitely not running the tournament. We've got Shayla running it. We've got a bit of a two-person operation going on right now. Oh, but it's a fun field, though. We've got Heather Hatt here, so one of my teammates from Tuesday night is playing. Um, it's a good field, and the league players have come out in full force today. So this is a good day for Skinny Bobs, I think. Really nice shot by Justin. I really like how he hit that. Unfortunately, the 2 balls on this side of the table, so he's going to be kicking at this. And this is a really tough kick. He's going to have to. I see the only thing available is something like this. That's the only thing I see. And he hits it a little bit on the short side, and that's a foul, and the 5 ball is down. So McKenna's going to get ball in hand, and this is a funny spot. I think she's on the wrong side. I think you want to put the cue ball on this side, and that way you can cut this in over there and have the cue ball come out that way. That's what I see. Because, and the reason why I say that is because you don't want to contend with the 7 and the 9. You don't want to have to deal with that at all. And McKenna's a right-handed player, so that shot is definitely available to her. Yeah, I think she's already noticed. Okay, yeah, this I like too. So she's going to go one rail, just like that. Really well played. So yeah, essentially it was the same idea. She just took a different spot on the table to shoot that from. Personally, I like a thinner hit because I think it's a little bit more predictable. Okay, so she left the 4-6 in place. So I would imagine that this combo is on. It's hard to see from where I'm sitting. Combo was definitely on. So the tough part will be, though, the 7 to the 8. So no matter what happens on this 4 ball, as long as the 7, 8, 9 remain in that position, and they're going to continue to remain in that position, we could see a few more innings from both of these players because going from the 7 to the 8 is just that's a tall order. Justin's playing safe. He hit this a little bit on the thick side, so he's not going to get coverage that way. And here comes McKenna with a great opportunity to knock down the 4 and get shape on the 7. But like I said, this game is not over yet. Um, yeah. So McKenna misses the 4, and Justin's going to be facing this situation now. It's a tougher shot. We'll see how he lands on this 7, but minus getting like dead straight on the short side, I just don't see how. Okay, now I see an opportunity. You can definitely go this way, you're going to be left a little bit on the long side, or you can draw. He's looking to draw this. You can come out like that. And he just hit this a little bit shy. He wanted to really punch that. And I don't think he can get coverage behind that 9 ball, so I think he's going to have to try and cut this in. Oh, he's looking to play safe. Yep. He runs into the 9. And McKenna's at the table now with an opportunity to win. And really, all you need to do is just play the cue ball come out just like that. It doesn't require very much speed. In fact, when you hit the cue ball low, you're going to give that object ball some top spin. So you don't have to worry about that object ball traveling very much. She overcuts it. I think she was trying to go back and forth there. I don't think she felt comfortable holding the cue ball there. But yeah, that's a shot she's going to learn through experience. Like, I know that that was definitely within her wheelhouse. Here's Justin, and he's got an opportunity here. One thing you can do is you can just sort of play it like that, or you can avoid that completely, like what he did. Definitely the better way to go than what I was thinking. Okay, so Justin's going to make it 3-2. Look at that. We've got Rodney Jones in the chat. Rodney is one of our weekly regulars. When I say weekly regulars, I mean a regular of our weekly tournaments. And another very strong up and coming player. Like I Rodney, I don't know what your Fargo is now. I know it was hovering around 600, but I'm expecting to see him in the mid 600s in no time. And Big Tex, is Big Tex in Texas right now? I don't think so. Really good break here by Justin. 8 ball is down. It doesn't look like he's going to have a shot on that 1 ball, but one idea you can play here is you can just bank that 1, leave the cue right on top of the 2, and even though you're not leaving them safe, you're leaving them treetop. Now, you see what happened there? Like, obviously, if you can get a full eclipse, that's always what you want to go for. And that's what Justin did, and it was the right decision. But he didn't get the eclipse, and now McKenna has the ability to queue up any way she wants. Had he played the stop shot, he could have simply left her treetop, and that's a safety too. So you never want to ignore those situations when they come up. Just take a look and see, is this easier than the other thing? So McKenna gets a good roll. That's going to force Justin to have to go rail first on this. I'd probably hit this with some speed. He chose about half Mach speed. I probably would have gone with like Mach 2. But it worked out incredibly well for him. Cue ball is behind the 6, and McKenna's got a tough kick in front of her. And this is tough mostly because the side pocket is nearby. And she gets it. Really nice kick there. Those side pockets can foil your kick shots like you couldn't imagine. You hit the point of that side pocket and it'll just, rebound in an entirely different direction. So Justin's waiting for his neighbor to shoot. And I think he's got a good view of this 1 ball. But he's going to have to play safe, I think. He could play the bank shot. He chooses to play safe, and he's managing that one ball. That was really well done. Finding a ball to hide behind is difficult there. What's a lot easier is making sure that that one ball reaches that short rail. And what I was talking about before, this general area, you can get that object ball into that area and keep the cue ball in this area. They're probably not going to have a shot. That's a you know a strategy that you can employ in this game all the time. So Justin's got a bit of a blind cut here. Oh, he plays the safety and he hits it really well. Well done. So McKenna's going to have to play the one railer or the two railer. She can spin into this, like go that way, just like that. And if that cue ball stays up, and it does, wow, I think he's corner hooked. He's shooting like he's not, but I think he is. Yeah, I think he just realized it. So yeah, he's going to have to come up with a different idea. I think he already has. He's going to try and one rail into this. That was a tough shot. It really is. And another rule that you might want to think about, like a good rule of thumb, if you know that you're about to foul, or if you know that you're about to, like, if you know there's a good chance that you're about to foul, or if you know there's a good chance you're about to miss, take your time. Oh no. So McKenna finds the extremely small side pocket and gives Justin ball in hand. But yeah, you should take your time before you make a mistake. A lot of players, when they find themselves in an uncomfortable situation, will try and like just keep things going. They'll keep their rhythm going, and they'll make it even worse. And if you take a moment, there's no shot clock here. Take a moment, you might come up with some incredible idea that changes everything. So if you find yourself in a tough spot, before you miss, take your time. Before you foul, take your time. If you know you're not going to miss, then shoot it as quickly as you want. But if you think the chances are high, consider your other options. I saw what Justin was trying to do there. He really wanted to keep that cue ball like in that spot off the rail, and he just ended up hitting it too full. So here comes McKenna. McKenna is on the hill now at 3-2. But I think she's really straight on this. This doesn't look easy. Oh, she can go forward. Can she get past the 7? No, she's not going to get past it. So McKenna's going to be looking to jump. She's getting her jump cue. This is going to be a tough one. That 7 ball is pretty close. But I understand the reason why. That 4 ball is also pretty close to the side pocket. So, high risk, high reward. So McKenna makes legal contact, and she's going to leave Justin a shot. I think that 4 ball passes the 6. So now this is a matter of how do you get position on the 5. And one idea, you're definitely going to have your cue ball coming down this way. So maybe you settle for that. Or maybe you just go get perfect. Oh, no, he's going to run into that 9 ball. I thought he was about to get above the 9. He runs into it. He still has a shot here. It's just really thin. So he's going to have that cue ball racing up and down table. And you really want to drop this and give yourself a chance to make that 6. He tried to spin it in. That's what happened. He wanted to keep it. He didn't want to go up and down table. So he tried to spin it in, and he just ended up hitting it a little bit too full. So here comes McKenna, and she's got a hanger on the 5 and a 6 ball right near the side pocket. So McKenna draws the cue ball back about 1.5 feet. That's going to give her a shot on the 6. And it's a nice angle, too. She can go one rail. She's going to have to touch that bottom rail. And this right here, this is everything. This is the set for her. So if she can get position on that 7, that's going to be a little bit hard. But she still has a really good shot here. I like the fact that she's on the left side. I would have played for the right side of the 7, but the position here should be automatic if this drops. She overcuts it. But yeah, you see how that cue ball ended up like real sweet on that 9 ball. Justin's got an interesting spot here. As tough as this shot is, yeah, he's looking at how it's going to carry him off. That cue ball is going to go this way. So all you have to really do is think about just dropping this 7 ball and allow the cue ball to do what it's going to do. Oh, he hits it too full and really hard, honestly. And 7 balls coming back. McKenna's going to have 2 ducks for the win. And Justin concedes. So that's it, 4-2. So let's move over to the other table. And I think that match is over as well. Or this match is about to begin. So let's see who these players are. And I think this match just began. So we'll stay over here for the time being until we get a match on table 1. But we're shotgunning it today. So I expect a match on table 1 momentarily. This is Carlos Enchenique and Daniel Gomez. So let's get this updated for now. We're getting Miguel and Jerry on table 1. That's Miguel Baez and Jerry Riley. So we're going to keep the camera over here for now. But the moment those players are ready to go, then we're going to switch back. I have a little window. That's a real nice safety there by Carlos. Actually, I don't know which one's Carlos. I take that back. I think that's Carlos. These are 2 players I've seen in the room before, but I have never met them. So I don't know for certain which is which. So I'm just going to refrain from using names for now. Are there still available spots to play? The tournament is underway right now, so unfortunately you cannot get in. Going forward, you really need to be here at the time of registration. In this instance, registration began at 11 a.m. and closed at noon. But yeah, generally speaking, the moment a tournament is underway, you can't just jump on in. Okay, so we're going to go back over to table one. They're about to get started. And it looks like Jerry won the coin flip or the lag. Not quite sure why the balls are lined up like that, but we'll find out. Maybe they're missing a ball. Maybe they're not ready. So we'll go back over to table two. I thought that they were getting ready to start. I saw balls coming up onto the table, and okay, so I got it right. That was Carlos shooting. So Daniel has taken the lead over here. So I'm going to update that. And I'm going to try and keep an eye on that match as well. At the very least, I'll just try and keep an eye on the score, so that way, if table one happens to finish before table two, we can flip back here. So I got Rodney in the chat. We got Big Tex in the chat. Any other Skinny Bob's regulars there that I should know about? Jerry plays good for $4.99. Yeah, I would agree with that immensely. Jerry has made quite a bit of noise, particularly in the chip tournaments that we have. A little bit on the carefree side, but that can work to his advantage when tough shots come up. Yeah, so those guys are flipping the coin right now. So they are just getting it underway. Ah, another league player in the chat. Hey. Hello, Dan. So this kid Carlos who's shooting right now, I don't know him very well, but I think in the last few weeks I've seen him at the pool hall quite a bit. Oh, he's going to foul right in the side pocket. That's an unfortunate roll. But he and a couple of his friends have been coming down here the last few weeks, and I've been very impressed with their play. Daniel gets perfect on that 7 ball. This is going to be a tap for a 2-0 lead. Big Tex is a big fan of laissez-faire. I don't know what that means, but we're going back over to table one, where Miguel has won the coin flip. And I've seen Miguel here over the past few weeks as well. He's another player who just recently has become more of a regular here at Skinny Bob's. Solid shot maker, and he's got a nice big break. Look at that. 2 balls down, the 1 ball, the 3 ball. And he's going to have a look on the 2. I can't quite tell if he can see the shot angle, but he can definitely see the ball a little bit. That's a wide open table. This is one of those racks where it can get late real quick. And the trick in the end is going to be going from the 7 to the 8. Assuming that these balls don't move around very much, that's going to be the big challenge. So you want to get set up real well on that 5 ball. Real pretty shot on the 2. So he could see the whole thing. Yeah, you know what? I might be looking to run out. Miguel plays a really nice shot, and he's got near perfect shape on the 5. So if he can float, oh, and he misses the 5 ball. Ah, and he was perfect on that 6. I mean, like, really, he was dressed up to get out from here. Um, so here comes Jerry, and Jerry's going to be looking to accomplish a very similar thing. He's going to want to try. Oh, he's going for the 9 ball, and look at that. Makes it in the pocket he intended. Just takes the scenic route. So Jerry takes a 1-0 lead. Wow. And that completely negated what I was going to say about going from the 7 to the 8. Okay, guys, so if you're just joining us, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. It's really important that we do that. I know I've said this a bunch of times, but I'm gonna say it again and again and again until we get to 1,000 subscribers. When we get to 1,000 subscribers, it unlocks features with YouTube. It allows us to start sharing the ad revenue with YouTube, and we can make some money off this stream. We're gonna put that money right back into the tournaments, which means that the players are gonna start making more money, and it costs you nothing. So all you need to do is like, subscribe, and share. Get your friends to share. Call your siblings, call your children, parents. Tell them, like, yeah, just subscribe to this. The more subscribers we get, the faster this happens. Nine ball. See, okay, I actually think the 9 ball doesn't count in the bottom 2 corners, but That was unusual action given the fact that they're using a magic rack and they're racking the one on the spot. So the one ball is down, and Jerry comes up with a perfect shot in the two. This is going to be a great opportunity for Jerry here to run some balls, and the 5-9 is sitting real pretty. Is Jerry looking at the three? He shoots the three. He doesn't realize the two is on the table. Oh no. Hold on one second. I can't comment. Yeah. They asked me to confirm, and our policy is that I am just an observer. I am not a referee, and so I do not comment on whether or not a foul is committed, no matter how obvious it may be. Um, this happened to. I was going to say it happened to work out, for Miguel because Jerry conceded the foul, but then Miguel proceeded to foul himself. So Jerry's back at the table with ball in hand, and this is going to be a critical shot here because he really wants to try and get as straight as possible on that 5 ball to play the 5-9 combination. And we know that Jerry isn't shy about playing combinations. So, um, yeah, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. You see how Jerry's taking his time? He wants to hit this exact. Oh, wow, that is not what I expected. Jerry plays the 4-9 bank carom into the corner pocket. He's taken a 2-0 lead. So again, he makes the 9 ball in the pocket he intended, just not the way that he intended. And Miguel is due to break. It looks like table 2 is already done. Carlos has beaten Daniel. I'm sorry, Daniel has beaten Carlos by shutout. You guys remember just a couple minutes ago, Miguel's got a really big break. We'll see how he does here. 4-ball down. And he's going to have the 1 ball on the short rail. So this is going to be a bit of a tough spot. You can use the 6-ball as a blocker. So you can bank that 1 ball to the right side of the 8 and to the other short rail and try and like keep that cue ball. Oh, he's going to go this way. This is going to work out. Barely. I think he's hidden the shot angle. It's hard to say. On camera, it looks like the 9-ball is just covering the shot line just a little bit. So Jerry could jump over this, or he could just, play it as is and try and play safe. So I think, oh yeah. So Jerry tried to play the 1 off of the 2. He ended up getting a safety out of it. And this must be a frustrating moment for Miguel here, who is watching Jerry basically get all the rolls. So Miguel knocks off the jump shot for the legal hit, but he's going to leave Jerry a pretty straightforward 1 and a 2 nearby. So Jerry can look to play both the 1 and the 2 in the same pocket. And it looks like the 3-ball goes in the top left corner. So not a whole lot of work, and you can. So he runs into the 2, and that changes the layout considerably. And I don't think maybe he can make this 2. It's hard to say. He's going to come awfully close. He just narrowly avoids the scratch in the bottom right corner. He's going to have a little bit of an awkward shot on that 3 ball. But what I was going to say before is that all these balls are nearby, so you can knock down 4 balls pretty quickly and find yourself in the mid-game scenario very, very quickly. I still call this sort of like early rack, although we're getting into the mid-rack right now. Jerry takes another whack at that 9 ball. And you know what? It's worked for him, so why not? And with a 2-0 lead, it's a great opportunity to take another chance at winning without your opponent getting another turn at the table. But yeah, I think the early 9s will not be happening this game. You know, all the balls are wide out in the open, and there's no noticeable combinations at this point. So Miguel's got a great chance to get control of the table and get on the board. He underhits that safety, and you know what? I think I'm going to have to take back those words. I think Jerry's going to have another opportunity to play a combination on that 9 ball. Jerry chose to just play the 3 in the side and just barely missed it. Showing the table his fist, he was not pleased with that result. Here's Miguel making the 3 ball and getting himself a nice healthy angle on that 5. He's already down and shooting. And he's going to come across the width of the table. Well done. And this is a nice angle on the 6. So he can use just top spin here. Oh, he's going to go bottom. Oh, he had enough to draw. Okay, very nice. I think he could have accomplished the same thing with top. But he's there. And he's going to hang up that 7 ball. So here comes Jerry. And there's a 1 rail route to the 8 ball. You can also, of course, go rail first and kind of just go this way. I don't hate that idea. Obviously, you don't want to be straight on the 8, but that is a nice way to get up table. The only catch is you have to make sure that you're hitting that 7 ball not too thin and not too thick. It's got to be just right. It's got to be a Goldilocks hit. So yeah, I think he's going to go for the 1 railer. And he just hit it a little bit too thick. So I think Jerry's going to have to try and consider playing safe, try and leave that 8 ball. And he could do it any one of a number of ways, but he wants to leave that 8 ball in this general area. And he's going to want to try and keep the cue ball in this general area. That's really what we want to see. Just like that. Beautiful. And that's even better than the idea I drew up. Like he did get the 8 ball in that zone, but he got the cue ball behind the 9 ball. So that made it even more effective. And so now Miguel's going to have to kick at this. I wouldn't be surprised if he went and got his jump cue. Miguel gets a good hit. And he's left a bit of distance for Jerry. So really good hit by Miguel. And I think Jerry's going to have to dig into this. Um, I don't think he should follow. It's hard to see from where I'm sitting, but yeah. So he tried to dig into it, and he misses the 8 ball, but he's going to leave Miguel kind of funny here. Miguel's got a blind cut, and he's going to have to float this in if he's going to want a shot on that 9 ball. He's floating. Did he make it? Oh no, he's hung up the 8. So Jerry's going to have first crack at that 9 ball, I think. So Jerry successfully draws to the left half of the table, but he hits it a little bit on the thin side, so he's going to be left with a distance shot here. Bit of a tester, but Jerry's already proven that he can knock down shots like these. That's it, 3-0. Jerry's taken the lead, or Jerry's extended the lead, I should say, and is on the hill. They're asking me who breaks next, and I was like, I do not get involved. I am just a spectator. Okay, so it is 3-0. The only thing I do ask of the players on the TV table is that they use the digital scoreboard. That way, I can see what the score is. I can see the coins too, but like that can get a little bit funny. Um, it's so much easier when I've got a digital scoreboard. I can just peek over and confirm. Um, so for right now, we do not have a match on table 2. I'm still waiting to see what's happening over there. I got nothing to switch over to. And here's Jerry. Jerry's had a nice break so far. I expect him to have another one here. We're looking for the 6 ball on the corner pocket and the 1 on the side. Jerry makes the 1 on the side and the 6 on the side, but he's also fouled, unfortunately. So here comes Miguel, and Miguel's got some work to do, both in this game and in this set. Miguel is down 3-0, and it's a bit of a weird layout. He's got the 3 ball on the rail, and there's not, okay, it does pass the 5 ball, it looks like, but even if you can knock that down, look at where the 4 ball is. So this is going to be tough. I think Miguel might choose to play safe here. It looks like he's cutting. Definitely winding up like he's cutting. Yep, he goes off the 5 ball, runs into the 4, comes up smelling like roses. Nice shot by Miguel. He's already down. He's going to want to draw this back. That's really well hit. It's going to leave him on the rail. He's not happy about that. But you know what? You can float this in. All you got to do is just settle right over here for that 7 ball. Oh, he's hit this firm, and he's not going to have much of a shot on that 7. So this is another opportunity to play safe. And like I said, you want to just try and get into this zone right there. That's where you want that 7 ball. He's playing the bank. And Jerry's back at the table. This is a bit of a tester, and I say that not just for Jerry, but for most players. This is going to be a bit of a tester. You're going to want to somehow figure out a way to get the cue ball to the other end of the table. You can do it with draw, or you could do it with follow. With follow, you can go like rail, rail, and come out like that. Jerry has missed the 7, and he's left Miguel a little bit tough. What to do is pretty straightforward, though. He's going to try and make this in. He's going to try and keep the cue ball from going behind the 9. Did he get there? Did he get there? I don't think he got there. He's kicking at this. He's already down. And this goes back to what I was saying before. It pays to take your time on these shots. Before you foul, before you miss, and I mean any kind of foul or any kind of miss, take a moment. Just look it over. Your only excuse for rushing through your shot is that it's easy. So Miguel gets contact, but does not make the 8-ball. And here comes Jerry. And this is a little bit of a tester as well, because you can even see this on camera. The 8-ball just barely is on the top side of that side pocket. So the cut's going to be difficult. And he hangs up the 8 in the corner. So here comes Miguel. Great opportunity for him to get on the board, get himself back into this set here. Well done. So he's going to try and play this 9-ball in the side pocket. And he's already down the shot, and there he is. All right. So no donuts for Jerry. Or does Miguel get the donut? Who gets the donut in that situation? I should hug Miguel? That's funny. So I'm excited about Miguel breaking. I don't root for anybody, but I do like watching big breaks. And Miguel's got a big break. So this will be fun to watch. Miguel likes breaking from mid-table. And he's going to just wind it up and hit it hard. Oh, no, he's breaking from the rail. Okay, he's breaking from the rail, and he's going to wind it up and hit it hard. So we're looking for the 1 on the side, 3 in the corner, and more. One and 3 did not go down. This is going to be a dry break. I think he gave himself a little bit of a loose rack there. He did not get much of a spread. And he's going to leave Jerry an opportunity here to make the 1 and possibly get on the 2. I think Jerry is ever so slightly on the wrong side of the 1 ball, but he can still draw this back. You just use some right spin, and once you hit that side rail, it's gonna come right back like this. It's gonna dive down like that. Jerry did not do that, and Miguel's gonna have a shot. Yeah, the big reason why I don't get involved in refereeing, honestly, is it's because of fairness. Um, if for whatever reason I see a foul by one player and then the other player fouls later on in the set and I happen to be looking away for, and I could look away for countless reasons, um, then I'm no longer, acting fairly. So I don't get involved even when I see it, um, because it's not. I mean, I know this sounds like the kind of thing that people who don't want to take responsibility say it's not my job, but it really isn't my job, and it's not very easy for us to just rewind the tape and see what happened. So we just choose to just categorically just not get involved at all. Let the players work it out. So Jerry's got a nice combination opportunity here, and I think he oh he's overcut this. He missed the six ball completely. And this is going to be a bit of an awkward spot for Miguel because that cue ball is definitely going to be coming off that rail. So positioning for the six in the corner won't be easy. So he's going to want to dig into this, but the nine ball is going to compromise his bridging. That was really well struck. I can't believe that hung up. Wow. So Jerry's back at the table and already shooting at this. He's getting that cue ball to slow down a little. So I think he's kind of straight on that six. He might be able to pull it back though. He should be able to, and get a shot on the seven, on the five. And Jerry fails to get that draw, so he's going to be looking to bank or play safe. Yeah, he's looking to play safe. So Jerry just wants to, yep, move that seven ball, keep it on the side rail, and then just not let the cue ball give him a good angle. So Miguel's got a bank to nowhere or a safety, and I think the idea is to choose the safety. So you want to just come off that ball and like land about there while sending that seven ball this way. He went for the bank to nowhere, um, but he's leaving Jerry a very long tester. So it's a stop shot. Up, Jerry misses it. Those are tough shots. They really are. But like I said, it's good to take your time on those shots there. The three railer in the corner, and there it is. And this is a huge game. I mean, obviously Miguel is fighting for his you know for his chances to win this set, but like also these are only races to four, so every game is a significant chunk of this race. Right now it's 3-1. If Miguel can knock down this nine ball, he'll be one game away from being on the hill. Miguel overcuts the nine ball, and it's not great speed, but if you're going to miss it, it's good to miss it that way, just softer. Because had he done that, he would have left that nine ball around here, and he would have left that cue ball more like up there. So that's what they call missing on the pro side. Um, this is Jerry's chance to win the set. All he has to do is knock this down, and there it is. So we're going to move over to table two. We'll be back momentarily with another match on table one. I don't know the score on table two, other than the fact that I see beads that say it's 2-0, but I think these guys just started. Okay, guys, I'm not quite sure who we're getting on table one. I think it's going to be John Cherez and Heather Hatt, but we'll find out momentarily. Yep, that's right. So we're going to move over to table one. Okay, yeah, so it's Heather versus John, and this will be a fun match for me to commentate on. Heather is a teammate of mine on Tuesday nights, and she's an old friend. I've known her since my days in New York back in the '90s. She moved to Austin probably like about a decade before I did. Um, Next month it'll be 9 years for me, and she was here at least uh, at least several years before I got here. So yeah, I've known Heather since the '90s. She was one of the top female players in the APA in New York City, and she's now a mom for two daughters, but still a very competent pool player. Um, so Heather breaks, does not make a ball. And here comes John with first dibs, but not much of an opportunity here to get anything done. There's no obvious shot other than the bank. He's playing safe, but I don't think he's going to find any coverage here. He's going to touch that hanging two ball, but that's about it. So he's going to leave Heather treetop over the two. So he sort of got a safety out of it. But this is an interesting layout. Um, Really, I think this is going to be about the three ball. Uh, so Heather makes the one off the four, and this is going to give her first dibs really at making that 3-9 combination. It's not easy. She'll probably have to send the three ball off the rail first. So she opted to play the two ball really thin to get the cue ball off the rail. She's looking for the bridge right now. Yeah, she can reach that. I was a little bit surprised. I didn't think she needed the bridge. Heather's very tall. So Heather sends the three ball around the table, and she fails to get coverage behind the four, but she's definitely left John a bit of a tester to start things off. And she's also removed the the early rack possibility. And John makes the 3 ball off the 6, and he's going to be left with another tester, and he's down on the shot already. So, and he makes the 4 ball, sends the cue ball up and down table. And he's going to be left with another tester on this 5 here. And I think he's going to have to do something similar where he's going to have to go up and down table. And the 9 ball's moving. It's going to go right into that, right near the side pocket. Wow, that was close. And here comes Heather. And I consider Heather to be a bit more of a deliberate player than John. So I expect her pace to be a little bit slower, a little bit more thoughtful. So let me just double check. I think this may be a B-side match. This is a B-side match. So these guys are racing to 3, just so you guys know. This is not a race to 4, in spite of what the little tab says. So John's missed the 5 ball, but he's left Heather on the wrong side of the 5 to get on the 6. So although Heather can make this 5 ball, she knows that the cue ball is going to be going in the other direction. So she might try and do a little bit more here. We'll see. Or she might just roll this in. Yeah, so she tried to go around the table. She ran into a couple of balls. And I think she can see the 6. But there's not going to be a whole lot of an opportunity to do anything here. She might consider just moving that 6 ball over here, and try and bring the cue ball over there. And that's definitely a shot I see. And you can do that while using a little bit of left spin to really encourage that separation. The other possibility, although I don't know if she quite has that because the 8 ball's blocking, is that she can send the 6 ball this way and possibly find coverage behind the 7 ball. Okay, so she tried to just create separation, and this is going to work out for her, or maybe not. Really close. I thought that 6 ball was going to settle behind the 9, and it just peeked out. So John successfully maneuvers around the 9 ball, and he's got a shot on the 7. And he's shooting already. And he's going to want to go back and forth, and his cue ball does what he wants it to do. Unfortunately, the 7 ball did not drop, and he's going to leave Heather really awkward. It doesn't look like the 7 passes the 9, but even if it did, the side pocket is in play here. So I think Heather's going to probably look to play safe. She's probably going to use that 9 ball for coverage. And this is one of those shots where you just want to float this to the short rail. You don't want to leave that 7 in front of the pocket, but you want to make sure that cue ball, oh, she can make it. She tried going for it. It didn't go in. I think she was favoring not scratching there, and that's what compromised the shot a bit, but she still got coverage with the 9. So John's going to have to kick at this. And he wants to make sure he hits this pretty full because he doesn't want to scratch in that top right corner. He hit it really thin, and he still avoided the scratch, but he's going to leave Heather first dibs at possibly winning this game. So Heather's going to have to figure out a way to either get the cue ball to this side over here or try and get the cue ball to up here. But those are her 2 position options, really. She got there. She's a little bit on the thin side, but I think she can roll this in, or she can play a stop shot and kill the speed on the cue ball. Oh, she runs into the 9. Okay. And that's an unfortunate roll right there because she could have bumped that any one of a number of ways and come away smelling like roses. And she just fell in the funniest spot she could have fallen on. So I think she's going to look to play this in the bottom right corner, which is a bit of a blind cut. So we'll see how she does here. She overcuts it, but she's going to leave John real tough. Yeah, every single time you leave a ball on that short rail, unless the cue ball is on the short rail as well, it's a tough shot. So John tries to bank it. It doesn't go in. He's going to leave Heather an opportunity. And this is to get on the board first. So that's it. So Heather takes the lead, 1-0. So yeah, both of these players play in the league here on Tuesday nights. Um, we have a really good league. This season we have 20 teams, and first place is paying out $4,500. Second is 2,500, and third is 1,300. And we're coming up on the last few weeks of the season. We're going to start up again in the first week of May. So if that's something that you're interested in, please swing by the room, or you can email me um, at jude.rosenstock@gmail.com, and I can help get you set up. So Heather tries to play safe, but unfortunately finds the drink. But she's not going to leave John a whole lot to work with. I don't think that 1-5 is on, so he's going to probably have to find a way to play safe. I like the idea of just trying to leave that one ball where it is and send the cue ball to the other end of the table. So John's going to leave Heather an opportunity. This is going to be a little bit funny to work with for a couple of reasons. I don't know if going for it's going to be the right move here, because she's going to run into that 5 ball, and that could keep her from getting any sort of view on that too. This is a tricky shot. Yeah, she played safe. Not surprising at all. And that's going to work out real well. Even though John's got full view of this 1, it doesn't pass the 2 ball, and he's already down. So he's going to probably play this carom. So he slams the 1 ball into the 7. 7 drops, but the 1 does not cooperate, and he's hooked behind that 3 ball. So he's going to kick at this 1 rail. Hit it really well, but the 1 didn't drop this time. And he's left Heather hooked. So Heather's going to have to go 1 rail on this as well. And I'm pretty confident the right rail shot is available to her, so this might drop. She hits it really well. But she's not going to have a shot on this 2 ball. So this is another one of those situations where you might want to just try and leave that 2 on the short rail. Unless, of course, you can bank like that. Heather knocks down the bank shot, and I think she's going to have to look at this 3-6 combination, because there's not any real obvious coverage to use here. So this might be the only shot. I think she tried to find that coverage, and yeah, it's one of those things where because they were lined up so well, it's difficult to get coverage that way. John makes the 3 ball, but again, he just keeps finding those blockers. The 9 ball is in his way, so he's going to be kicking at this 4. Makes legal contact and comes awfully close to making that 4 in the side pocket. But here comes Heather with with a great chance to knock down a few balls and give herself a chance to win. Now the 5 ball might go on the side. Can't quite tell. She is definitely positioning for that. So even though like the cut is still on, I think she might consider the bank shot here. She already proved that she knows these banks well. Oh, it's really available to her. And she lands short side on the 6. And this is going to require a good shot from Heather here. She's going to want to make this, and she's going to want that cue ball to follow all the way down to the other end of the table. And she just overcuts it. I think she was trying to favor getting position on the left side of that 2, of that 8. Here's John, already down and shooting. Look out, 9 ball. Wow, it really worked out for him. He goes rail first, runs into the 9, and gets a nice carom right toward the 8 ball. So he's hit this a little bit hard, and that cue ball is going to go all the way over to the other end of the table, and he is already down and shooting. And he just narrowly misses the 9 ball. So here's Heather. Bit of a 50-yard line type shot. It's not lined up well for either the corner or the side. But she's going to have to she's going to have to choose between, I think, really 3 shots. She's got a cut in the corner, a cut in the side, or a bank shot, or 4 shots, really. It's hard to tell which she's going for. So she tries the side pocket and just undercuts it. So here comes John back at the table, feeling awfully fortunate to be here. And a chance to tie this at 1. Oh, and he's overcut it. So Heather, with her first chance to get on the hill, we are racing to 3. And that's going to put her up 2-0. Those aren't just yellow shoes, big text. Those are Crocs. Those are yellow Crocs. And I think they're like at least 2-inch platforms. So Heather's already like really tall, and she likes wearing these shoes with like a couple-inch platforms that make her really tall. So Heather scratches on the break. So here comes John with ball in hand, and he's got a hanging 1 ball. And this is a little bit of a tricky layout, even though it's wide open. You've got the 2 ball on the side rail, right over here. I know it's numbered 1, but that's where your 2 ball is, and you got your 3 ball down there. That's going to require quite a bit of travel. But even if you get past that, you're going to have to get the 4 ball over here with the 5 ball down there. That's also going to require some travel. And so John hooks himself on the 3. He's going to be going rail first on this. And that bank's going to work out real well. That kick bank is going to work out real well. But even though he can see the 4, there's no available pocket. So I think he's going to try and play safe here. Oh, no, it actually did go past the 8. I take that back. but he's left Heather hooked. I think Heather can hit, yep, the thin side of it. And that's going to leave John a shot, but it's going to be a difficult spot for him to get back to the 5 ball. Oh, he hits this really well. Wow. So John ends up utilizing the point of the side pocket, and that could not have worked out better for him. I don't think he could have hit it any harder without scratching. And so he makes the 4 ball, and the cue ball ends up back down table for the 5. Really well played. This is a bit of a tough spot. John's recognizing that this set has gotten late awfully fast, and he wants to make sure he makes this 5 ball. He's going to need this cue ball to slow down. The more it rolls, the tougher this 6 ball gets. Oh, and he just narrowly misses the 6 ball. Wow. So here comes Heather with a hanger on the 6 and only 4 balls remaining. This is her first legit chance at winning the set. And she plays the 6 ball really well. She's going to be dead straight on that 7. You couldn't ask for anything for any more on that shot. And you're going to want to get a little flat on this 8 ball. Okay, so she chooses to go with a little bit of an angle here. So that may require her to go back and forth. We'll see how she handles this. She overcuts it. And she's going to give John an opportunity to avoid the shutout here. So John is going to have to try and figure out a way to make sure that that cue ball can climb just a little bit. And there's the climb he needs. And John is on the board, so 2-1. We are racing to 3. This is the $4.99 and under tournament. It was a $20 buy-in. I think it's can't remember how much is added. I want to say it's $200 added. This is not meant to be a big tournament by any stretch. It's mostly for a way for the room to give back and give an opportunity to a lot of the players that show up for our tournaments week after week, and give them a chance to be in the spotlight, in the money, and you know, let all those like super strong 550s and 600s, take the day off. So the last time John had a really big break, I'm expecting him to go for something similar here. The cue ball is going back and forth. I think he's going to avoid both side pockets by the narrowest margins. 7 ball is down, and he has a shot on the 1.
Miguel Baez, table 6. Miguel, table 6. Martinez, table 6.
So John misses the 1 in the corner pocket, but the 1 goes 2 rails off the 2 ball and into another corner pocket, but he's kicking again. And here's Heather with a tester to start off. See if I can change this. Did that change? There we go. I can change it. So now I have race to 3 displayed. Okay. And John finds the drink, carrying the cue ball off of the 9 ball into the corner pocket. Heather has ball in hand, but this is a complex layout that will not be the easiest to manage. But the good news is she has ball in hand for the toughest part of it, right? She's looking at that combo. So this is going to be for the win. Heather's trying to go for the 9 ball in the side pocket. So Heather ends up relocating the 9 and leaving John a shot on the 3 ball. And that was a big miss there, because what's ended up happening is the layouts changed, and going from the 4 to the 5 and from the 8 to the 9 has gotten quite a bit easier. So even though John's on the wrong side, he can definitely, dig into this a little bit and go 2 rails. Just like that. And now he's going to want to make sure he knocks this down, because the 6 ball is hanging right near that side pocket. And he finds the drink again. And he's relocated a bunch of balls. So this changes things as well. Whereas before, getting out was, not a foregone conclusion or easy by any stretch, but definitely like natural, I should say. This one's going to be a little less natural. But again, Heather's starting it off with ball in hand. She can make this 5 ball, and I think she can position for the 6 in the bottom right corner. And if she can leave herself a little bit of an angle, she should be able to pull the cue ball back. And that's dead perfect. So she should be able to pull this back and land on the left side of the 8. Just like that. I can't quite see what kind of angle she has here, but assuming that she's got any kind of an angle, that should be all she wrote. This is going to be for the win. And there it is. That's John's tournament. Heather advances to the next round, and we'll be back shortly. I'm going to move this over to table 2, and I don't know what the score is right now. It's 1-0 somebody. Okay, so we're getting McKenna Sanders and Oscar Guerrero on table 1. So we're going to flip back over there. Looks like they're getting ready to start immediately. Wow, this tournament's really moving. So right now, this match is The winner will be guaranteed third place, and the loser will be guaranteed fifth, sixth. So both these players on the winner's side, we're racing to 4 over here. Let me just make that change. McKenna gets a really solid break here. The 2 ball is down, 1 ball is hanging, 3 ball is hanging. So we could be looking at a mid-rack situation right off the bat. And this is all about right now, just thinking about how you want to get on that 4. So McKenna makes the 1, and she's fallen a little bit on that diagonal angle onto the 3. So she tries dragging the cue ball up the side rail. I can't quite tell if she got there. The 6 ball is awfully close, but the way she's looking at it, I think she did. So she ends up missing the 4. She did get on a 5. And she's left very little for Oscar. I can't quite tell. If that actually goes in the side pocket, then I take it back. And she's left quite a bit for Oscar. But he's still got a little bit of an angle to work with. But he's got that 7 ball nearby that could act as a bit of a stopper. So he misses the 4 inside, but this is going to work out for him anyway. A little bit of a two-way there. The 7 ball is going to keep McKenna from taking any sort of offensive approach here. Well, McKenna goes rail first. Comes awfully close to making the 4 ball. But unfortunately is going to leave Oscar a straight in shot on the 4 with an opportunity to get on the 5. So Oscar's going to look to pull this back. And he did a really good job at getting pretty flat there. And if there's enough rail between the 5 and the side pocket, he should be able to draw this back toward the 6. I think he got a little uncomfortable with that side pocket being there. But he still has a shot in the 6 ball. And now he just needs to avoid getting behind the 8. That cue ball is going to definitely, oh, it was much thinner than I thought it was. He's not going to leave McKenna a whole lot to work with. This is an awkward situation, especially with where the 9 ball sits. Is McKenna going to try and thin this on the right side? This would be a great shot. And that 8 ball is going to work out. No, not quite. Still, excellent play by McKenna. Wow, Oscar came awfully close to making the 6-9 bank shot. Surprisingly, the 9 did not go in, but he's going to leave McKenna a shot in the 6. A bit of a tester. But lots of good things can happen if you start knocking balls down. So McKenna drags the cue ball over to sort of no man's land. She's a bit on the 50-yard line. She may have to go for the win right now. And by that, I mean she can definitely like bank this. Oh, let me get rid of those. I did not mean that. She's going for it, and it's in. So McKenna gets first blood. Okay. So John's breaking. Oscar. I keep calling him John. It's John. Oscar breaks head on and pops right off the table. So McKenna's going to be coming to the table with ball in hand. I keep saying John because John was just on the table. I'm just spacing out here on the names. These sets are just moving so quickly. So McKenna successfully gets close to the 2 ball with a good angle, assuming that the 2 passes between the 5-8. It's hard to say. It might have, maybe, but she clipped the 8 on the way in, and she's going to leave Oscar an opportunity here. I think the 4 ball may be providing some coverage, but he'll be able to go rail first and get an accurate hit on this if that's the case. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. So Oscar ends up going rail first. He kicks it pretty softly. I don't think he was going for it. I think he was trying to do exactly what happened. Although I think he would have been happier if if the 2 ball had gone just a little bit further. So McKenna misses the 2 ball, but gets a really good roll out of it, and she leaves it behind the 9 ball, with the 4 ball kind of blocking any access to a thin hit. So he's going to go rail first. Let's watch that 9 ball. So Oscar, keep saying this. Oscar opts for a controlled hit. I think he was ensuring contact. Personally, with the 9 ball sitting nearby, I think I would have blasted at it, but you know, I'm in the booth today, so maybe that's the reason why. It's really well struck by Oscar. He's not gonna get the position he intended, but that was really well struck. I like the fact that he focused on making that ball. Could have used a little bit of spin to avoid contact, but he ended up getting a really good carom off that. So now he's a bit on the funny side on the 4 ball. And by funny side, I mean it's going to take him to the short side of the 5. And I don't think there's going to be very much opportunity for him to get on the other side of the 5. So he ends up running into the 5 as well, but this time he's not as fortunate. So he's going to have either a bank or a safety opportunity here. I like dragging the cue ball down below the 8. So he tries banking it in the corner, and it's good. Wow. Great shot by Oscar. And he knocks down the 7. Really well played. And I think he's got a really good angle on that 8. It looks like he's got like a little bit of the top side angle, which means he's going to hit. This is an angle that's going to take him to the side rail. But he should be able to just load up with a lot of top spin, maybe a hair of left, and he should be able to make the 9 in the same corner. He wasn't trusting his cue ball there. He was favoring the cue ball more than making the 8, and you really have to trust what the cue ball is going to do, and just allow that 8 to drop, and allow that cue ball to hit that side rail and come out to the other side. Because honestly, you're going to make that shot, if you can keep the cue ball below the third diamond. Beautiful shot by McKenna. Wow. McKenna knocks the 8-ball down in the side pocket and goes up and down for perfect shape on the 9. Incredible shot by McKenna. This is going to get her on the hill if she can knock down this 9-ball. And there it is. Wow. Did y'all see that? McKenna Sanders, everyone. She's come to play. That's the best shot I've seen on this table today. So McKenna's on the hill now at 2-0. Oscar's going to be fighting for his tournament life here. If you guys want to see the brackets, go to skinnybobs.com. It's under the weekly View Weekly Tournament Online Brackets tab. Just click that button, and you'll see the tournament brackets right there. Right now, we're looking at, on the winner's side, oh no, wait, this is a winner's side match. They are racing to 4. As I just look at this and I realize I've got the race all wrong. Sorry, guys. Oh yeah, okay, I do have the race right. We are racing to 4. We've got McKenna Sanders and Oscar Guerrero on the winner's side, along with Jerry Riley and Anastasio Tijerina. You can tell I did not take very much Spanish in school. On the B side is Heather Hatt, Irving Gomez, David Sanders, Michael Engelman, Ryan Matchis, George Torres, Jean-Guy Fournier, Miguel Baez, and Mark Strohallen. Actually, quite a few league players making it to the final rounds, which is really cool. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 players remaining. And we started looks like 32 players. Is that right? Yeah, we started with 32 players. So most of the field has already gone home. It feels like every 20 minutes there's like another couple of people out the door. Oscar tries to go for the one rail kick and just narrowly misses the 3, giving McKenna ball in hand. This is an interesting layout, to say the least. McKenna tries to go the 2 rail route to get on the 4, and she ends up getting there, running into the 6 ball on the way, and that's going to open things up a little bit more for her. This is what I was trying to talk about before in McKenna's first set on the TV table. She's just a really good shot maker, you know, and the moment the table starts to open up where she can see how she's going to get shape, that's her wheelhouse. You know, when she only has to think about making balls, you know, she's going to get you. You know, the only time she really ever misses is when she has to think about complex position routes, and that's basically what happened there. So Oscar's already down in this shot. I think he's going to want to try and keep that cue ball right there if he can. Oh, he tried banking the 4 toward the bottom right corner. He's going to leave McKenna a shot. And this is a little bit of a tester for her, but it's there. you can just draw this to the rail, and it should cut across the width of the table, and if it does that, she should come away with a shot in the 5. So just bottom should do it. I think she's going to roll this up. Nope. Yeah, she did sort of roll it up. And this is that mid-rack point where you really want to make sure that you're getting the job done. I think she hit that ball rail first, so. Well, they didn't see it, so I can't say anything, but I think she hit that ball rail first. John's got a pretty straightforward shot on this 5 ball. He's going to want to make this and make sure that he holds position for the 6. Might want to hit this pretty light. Oh, he couldn't see it. Okay. So John tries to bring the 5 ball to the short rail on the other end. But he's going to leave McKenna a little bit of an angle to work with. McKenna should be able to roll this in and just try and bring the cue ball back to center table. And so she used a little bit of inside spin there, and I think that may have caused the miss there. So here comes Oscar. That's really well struck. He overhit it a little bit, but it's still very workable. You can dig into this with a little bit of right spin and go 2 rails for shape on the 7, just like that. Now, he may have fallen a little bit funny on this, but if he can roll this in, he should be out. Well played. And just draw this back. I'm going to try and position for the 9 ball on the bottom right, I think. So you're going to want to, you do whatever you can to just get that cue ball off the, more toward the left. This is manageable. If he had hit that harder, not more draw, just more stun, he would have gotten a bit of an easier shot. But he knocks it down because he's awesome. And that's going to put him on the board. Oscar is now trailing McKenna 2-1. Really nice break by Oscar there. Breaking head on. Gets a really good spread, but it's going to be dry. And McKenna's not going to have a ton to work with here. I do like the idea of just trying to send the cue ball this way and just try and send the 1 ball over here. Keep it nice and simple. Just get separation and try and use this grouping of balls. She's banking it, and she's going to hang it. She's going to get coverage at the 3, though. So very fortunate turnout there. The way things turned out for McKenna there, it's very fortunate. Oscar's going to have to look to kick at this, and it looks like the 6 ball might be blocking the natural path a little bit. So he may have to use a little bit of spin. And this is tricky, because if he does have to use spin, then because he's going to be treetop over the 3, that's a masse. Even if you don't want it to be a masse, it's going to be a masse. So he's going to have to like overcompensate for any sort of like right spin he puts on it. Oh. So it looks like he may have been compensating for that right spin, and he just shot it right into the corner pocket. Like he was compensating for the right spin, and then he didn't hit it with right spin. So here's McKenna with ball in hand on the 1, and she's going to have to avoid the 5 ball. I think she got there. That was a really lucky roll for McKenna. She was going right into the middle of that cluster. And did she get there again? Did she find that window again? That window is not very big. I'm surprised. Yeah, she's going for her jump cue. That's a tough window to hit. That's, again, one of those situations where, like, if you think there's a chance that, you could find yourself hooked, you might want to take a minute. Wow, did you see that? McKenna with the jump shot on the 3 ball and perfect shape on the 4. Okay, I'm going to have to revise my statement. That was the best shot I've seen on this table today. Same shooter. That's a line that we would say in the pool halls back in New York. When you make a great shot and then follow it up with a miss, it's such a common thing. Like you get the adrenaline going, you're really excited about the fact that you made something like, really cool, and then you just lose your focus for a moment and find yourself missing a routine shot. So here's Oscar back at the table. He's already knocked down the 4, and he's gotten pretty good shape on that 5. I can't quite tell if he's flat on it or not. He's going to need to be. So he's looking at that 6 in the corner. So I think he is flat on the 5. On the monitor, it looks like he's got a small angle. It's under 10 degrees. He's drawn back. Okay, so he did have an angle. This is going to take him to short side. And this is a tough spot because even if he makes this 6 ball, his cue ball is going to be traveling away from the 7. So either you play safe or you figure out a way to get the cue ball to go around the table to get on that 7 ball, and neither are a lot of fun. This is a bit of a spot. Oscar overcuts the 6 ball. Ends up tying up the 7 with the 8, and the 6 ball doesn't have a pocket either. So here comes McKenna. Not a whole lot of options here. Part of this is just going to be containment. Like, you don't want to leave him a shot. You don't want to break out that 7-8, assuming that the 8 doesn't go. Yeah, I think McKenna was trying to get the cue ball behind the 9, which would have been great. But the order of business was really to keep that 7-8 intact, not leave him much to work with, and that's what she did. So Oscar tries to play the safety, and he's really successful. Look at that. See, this is what I was talking about before. You get that object ball, that cue ball into these 2 zones, one or the other. You get one in one zone and one in the other zone, and good things are going to happen. And that's what he did. Oh, but look at this. Oh, no. That was almost an amazing shot. If McKenna had skimmed off of that 8 ball, she would have broken out the 7 while playing safe. Unfortunately, she finds the drink instead, but she left the 7-8 intact. And by leaving the 7-8 intact, this game is going to continue. So Oscar's looking to play the 6 off the 8, I think. This is a really hard shot. I don't know if I would do this. You know, especially with the 3-foul rule in play. Like, you play safe, I think. Wow, that was much closer than I thought it would be. So Oscar tried to play the carom off of the cluster. He's going to leave McKenna a hanger, though. The real question, though, is because it's ever so slightly on the left rail, I don't know if she has access to it. She might be shooting this ball into the rail. So we'll find out in a moment. But we'll see if that 8 ball covers it or not. Yeah, it did. It did. So McKenna played safe, and a really clever one at that. She goes underneath, and she ends up leaving the 6 right in place. And Oscar is often shooting, and he's going to leave McKenna a great opportunity to get on the hill. This is not what you wanted to leave her. So yeah, you got to look at it like these first 2 shots are everything. And she hits the first one perfect. Absolutely perfect. And she hits the second one absolutely perfect. And now she's in a routine situation. So she's going to want to bring this cue ball. She can go forward or go backward, but she wants to get, yep, just like that, straight or above it. And that's what she did. So this is going to put McKenna on the hill. And there it is. So McKenna's taking a break. So we'll move over to table 2 in the meanwhile. It is 2-2 over here. Just verifying that I've got the right players. Yep. So this is Hill over here. Oh. So McKenna is back, but I'm going to keep the camera on this game, these final 2 shots. So on table 1, McKenna just broke. And she's got a ball down and a shot on the 1. McKenna ends up playing safe on the 1. And they're still shooting at the 1 ball on table 1. McKenna just dropped the 1, and now has shape on the 3. If 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 by chance this set here that we're watching is still going on, and something unusual or late rack begins to develop on table 1, I'll flip back over. So McKenna just hung up the 4, so here comes Oscar to the table, but he is hooked behind the 8. Okay, so we're going to move back over to table 1. This is a tough spot for Oscar. This is surprisingly far more common than you'd ever expect. Sometimes you hang up a ball, but then you leave a full eclipse. So Oscar's going to look to jump over this 8, and this is a really tough jump shot. That 8 ball's far away. Yeah, he hits the 8 ball on the way down. So that's going to be ball in hand for McKenna. But this is a bit of a tough spot. You got the 4 ball down there, you got the 5 ball there, you got the 6 ball there, you got the 7 ball there. So this is really not going to start in the 8 ball here and the 9 ball there. So this is really up and down. Like what you see happening here is like, this is just very up and down. So there's a lot of traveling to do here. McKenna can get out. This would be a really impressive out for her. So I think the move here is to try and hit this with topspin and try and like bring that cue ball this way. She's going to come out a little bit steep on this. Yep, she's losing her cue ball there. But honestly, I think that was worth it. I think it was still the correct way to go because it guarantees that she can see the 6, and that's what she wants more than anything else. So McKenna misses the bank shot, and she's going to leave Oscar very little. That cut in the side doesn't really exist. So he's going to have to look to play safe somehow. He's already got an idea. I don't have an idea yet. He's already like, I got this, Jude. Oh, he's playing the combo. That's why. It's a tough combo. So yeah, the separation of this layout still exists. Like we're still looking at a little bit of an up and down. Less so with the 6-7, but more with like the 8-9. So McKenna overcuts the 6 ball. She's going to need some help. She did not really get there. A little bit. That 6 ball is going to go past that 8, but Oscar's going to be shooting at a blind pocket. He's going to try and dig into this. Really well hit. So that's going to leave him a shot on the 7 on the side. That was really well done. And I think he can dig into this one as well and get shape on the 8. Is he going to go forward? Yes, he does. Okay, so he had a bigger angle than I thought. But he's going to overhit this. Okay, so this is another one where Okay, he's already down, but I think there's definitely some defensive opportunities here. Okay, so this is McKenna's first real chance at closing this match out. She can knock this down. This would be and she just catches the point of the side pocket. So Oscar's going to have a great chance to stay alive in this set. All he really needs to do is just bring that cue ball back out to, you know, around here. That's all he really wants. Or above it. Oh, he's going to come across. Okay. That works too. Still has a very manageable shot on the 8 ball, on the 9 ball. There we are. So Oscar wins another game. That's going to make it 3-2. Okay. Oscar's been going with his center table break, and he's come up dry a couple times already. And I'm surprised he hasn't moved over to the rail. That's another dry break. Yeah, when you're breaking with these magic racks, it really is beneficial to break from the side rail. Um, you get better action with the corner balls, and you get better action with the 1 ball. Because the 1 ball has a really good chance of going in the side pocket, and the corner balls have really good chances of going into the corner pockets. But when you break center like head on, just not a whole lot's going to happen. I mean, something may drop, but not directly. And I see Oscar. He's dialing it up. He's hitting it harder, trying to get more stuff to happen. But by doing that, you just run the risk of scratching. And yeah, I think it would behoove him to pay attention to what other players in the room are doing. Wow, that was a beautiful bank carom by McKenna. She makes both the 8 and a 3, but she's going to have very little to work with on this 4 ball. She can try banking it into the 9 and sending the 9 on a ride, or she can play safe. That could drop. It did. Wow. Another great shot from McKenna. She banks the 4 ball into the corner pocket. A bit of a two-way there, getting coverage with the 9. And she's got shape on the 5. She's looking to run out. If that 9 ball could stay out of the way, and it does. So she's got a bit of a cut on the 6 ball, but she's got natural position for the 7. Like, all she really has to do is avoid being in this zone right here. You want to stay above that. And I think she's going to get there just fine. So this is McKenna's second or third opportunity to win this set. I don't think she's going to let this one go. Absolutely perfect on that 9 ball. Wow, what a great bank. That bank really worked out. McKenna Sanders heading to the hot seat match against Anastasio. Wow. And I think I'm going to get that match here, so that'll be really cool. Okay, I didn't hear who I'm getting, but I don't think it's going to be McKenna and Anastasio just yet. Let me just take a look. I think it's going to be Irving Gomez and Michael Engelman. Yes, it is. Let me get this set up. And this is a B-side match, so these guys are racing to 3. And just updating what's happening on table 2 as well. So at this stage, we have one more winner side match, but the rest are going to be races to 3. That's not including the finals. Back to what's happening over here. So Irving Gomez is one of our league players, and he's actually made quite a bit of noise playing hayball. And as well, he just recently was out in Vegas. As you can see, Irving plays with only one hand, and I can't remember offhand what the story was with that, but I do know that he's joined a bit of a community in this regard. There are quite a few pool players out there who play with compromising situations, and so I know that we have a player back in the Northeast who also plays with only one hand, Scott Simonetti, and we call him Scott the Cop. Unfortunately, he had to retire from the force after he got a staph infection that resulted in the loss of one of his hands. In spite of that, Scott Simonetti maintains a Fargo rating in the mid 600s. So there are guys out there who deal with these challenges and still manage to excel. And I put Irving in that same category. And what I've always really liked about Irving is the entire time he does it with a smile on his face. He's one of the nicest guys in the league. He didn't have very much space for queuing there, so I wasn't surprised that he missed it. I was actually pretty impressed that it looked like he was using a little bit of inside spin, which is a good way to get the cue out of the way. Here's Michael knocking him down. 4 ball down, 5 ball pretty straight. He can just float this in and probably get shape on the 7. He's going to overcut this a little bit, but he's going to do it in a good way. Irving hasn't been left much. Really well played. I don't know if he got it there, though. I think it leaked, but this is going to really nice try. He's going to find the drink. So Irving's going to come to the table with ball in hand. A little bit of a challenge, but I'd start with the cue ball right over here. And I'd look to try and like just bring this out like that. That's the route I'm looking for. So I want to start right there with my cue ball. He's going the other way. So I think he's going to try and drag it this way. He ran right into that 9 ball. So I think Irving's going to look to play safe here. Try and use that 8 ball for cover. It's good speed. Really good speed. That's a freeze right there. Oh, so that 8 ball moved. I can't tell if he moved it with his cue or if he moved it. Okay. So they're saying it's a foul. Okay. I don't know what happened there exactly. I wasn't keeping an eye on it. Had he moved it with his cue, it wouldn't have been a foul. Had he moved it with the cue ball, obviously that's a foul. But I think they were either unsure or he definitely fouled. Either way, there wasn't any argument, which is nice. So Irving's fallen a little bit funny on this 8 ball. He's going to have his cue ball traveling up table a bit. He can use a little bit of inside and try and come back across and play the 9 in the same pocket. Okay, he's sort of on that 50-yard line. He can cut this in either pocket. And I think he's going to go for the same pocket he just made the 8. He's overcut it. But on the pro side. So I got a bit of a treat for you guys. We have another commentator who just showed up. So I'm not talking to myself anymore. Please welcome Lil Chris.
Testing, testing. Hello.
I can hear you.
All right. What's going on, everybody?
This tournament's getting into the late stages already. We got a winner's side match. Sorry, no. This is a B-side match. All the winner's side matches are done with the exception of one. We're waiting for McKenna and Anastasio. That will be coming up shortly.
Oh, nice. Okay.
And right now, we're looking at a whole bunch of B-side matches, including this one. We've got Irving Gomez and Michael Engelman. And I think you may know Irving. I don't know. He plays in the league. And Irving does a little bit of travel from time to time to compete. In fact, I think he's flown with his cues more this past year than I have. Okay, so Michael knocks down the 9 ball. He put his hand up. I didn't see how the 9 went in. Did he luck it in? Did anybody see it? I looked away, getting Chris all set up here and everything. I need you guys at home to be watching. Oh, he didn't scratch. Okay. So while Irving goes and gets his break cue, I just want to remind everybody to like, subscribe, and share because that is how we make progress with this stream. Okay, we need those likes because that's going to push this stream to people's home pages. We need subscribes because that's how we start to make money off of the stream. And we need you to share so that other people can do this too. Okay?
All right, I think I'm all situated now. Yeah, because what? I think our pool hall now is currently sitting at like 500 plus. I think it just broke 500 last night, so we're definitely trying to get us up into the 1,000 region, so that way the channel can actually become monetized.
Actually, you know a lot about streams, don't you?
I do.
And you know a lot about having lots of subscribers, don't you?
I do.
How many subscribers do you have now?
That's a good question. Let me have a look. 113,957. That's over 6 years worth of work, though.
So it can be done.
Yes.
That's what Chris is saying.
Exactly. Exactly.
And while you're at it, you should subscribe to Little Chris's YouTube channel. That's LIL. Is there an apostrophe
I don't believe so for
for YouTube?
No, there is.
Okay.
There is an apostrophe.
Is it apostrophe LIL or LAL apostrophe?
LIL apostrophe.
Got it. LAL apostrophe Chris. CHRIS.
Otherwise, just look for at Lil Chris Pool Player, all one word. Okay, I'm all situated now. What's happening here?
What's happening here is it's 1-0 Michael, and we're racing to 3. And Irving just played a great safety. He really knocked that one down. So Michael is already, okay, he tried to spin into that. That's a really hard, those kick shots, when you have to use spin to make the contact and you're going for a ball that's in the middle of the table like that, they're so hard to judge. But, you know, I've been saying this over and over again throughout the day. I'm going to say it one more time. Before you make a mistake, take your time.
Absolutely.
Consider your options. The only time you should ever be rushing through shots is when they're easy. But if there's a chance you're going to make a mistake, and if you do make a mistake, then that's proof that you could make a mistake. You should be taking your time. See how, and I like Irving's pace here, you know? You see, like, he's got ball in hand, and he's like,
I'm already
he's being very methodical. I like that. I like that about him.
I don't think I've met this gentleman before, but I'm already in awe of what he has to deal with.
Yeah.
And what I'm seeing here is already amazing to me.
Yeah, yeah. And he's one of the nicest guys in the league.
Unfortunate bump on that 6 ball there, and might be able to just graze the 4 ball.
Good stroke, though.
Probably a safety coming up here.
I was actually just talking before about how there's another player, and I wanted to mention this other point. Irving has been in contact with this guy. I have a friend of mine from the New York area named Scott Simonetti. Scott lost a hand from a staph infection and had to retire from the police force.
Oh, wow.
And he now travels the country on his pension and plays in pool tournaments or watches pool tournaments, and he maintains a Fargo rating in the mid 600s.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I want to say he's like 640, 650.
Let me see if I can have some extra influence here. I will share this to my...
Oh, Michael found the drink. So here comes Irving with ball in hand again to start his inning. And they're trying to get that magic rack removed. It's a good idea. And you see how they got the magic rack hanging over the rail there? That's not what you want to do. You really want to get that magic rack off the rail, and I'll tell you why. If it's on the bed of the table, there are rules around this. If it's on the bed of the table and the ball touches it, that's nothing. That's not a foul. But the moment you remove it and you place it on the rail like that, if a ball touches it,
that's a foul.
That's a foul.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's like leaving a cube of chalk on the table. Like, you might as well just leave a cube of chalk just right in the middle of the table. That's the same thing. You know, and that happened earlier where the cue ball came and it hit the magic rack. It was basically where the magic rack is right now, and the other player didn't call a foul. Most people don't, but one day someone's going to. So that's part of like how you protect yourself, you know? So Irving tries to find coverage behind the 8-9. I think he got there. This kid just plays smart, plays the game right. Michael's going to leave Irving another shot. So that's what that safety bought him. And the other advantage to taking your time, even with kick shots, is the more and more you ask of your kick shots, the more you're going to get. You're going to learn. You're going to see like, okay, well, I really wanted to hit. And these are the things that go through my head. Chris, you can back me up here. Tell me what you think. But when I'm kicking at a ball, I'm aiming for like a half. I'm like, I want the top half or I want the bottom half. You know, I'm looking for a specific type of like separation.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I'm not always going to get there, but if I'm not even thinking of it, then I'm never going to get there, or I'm going to get there randomly. But the more and more I think about it, the better I'm going to get at it. And like after doing that all day long, you know, I start to hit those exact portions of the ball. So I start getting my kick saves.
And does this happen for you too? Because I know it's happened to me. You start jumping less and less and actually kicking more.
Oh, historically, I rarely jump.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, for me, I jumped more than anything, but then as my kicks have gotten better, now I'm finding that I'm kicking at an object ball more than I'm jumping in. There's still like few obvious shots where like a jump shot is called for, but if I have a kick angle, then I end up going for the kick angle.
Generally speaking, the only times I ever jump are when I feel like I could make this ball and get shape.
Yeah.
Or I feel like there's no other option. Like I need to jump.
Right.
But given the choice between jumping and kicking, more often than not, I'm going to lean toward kicking. Like all things being equal, I'm going to lean toward kicking. And the other reason why you want to kick more often than jump is there's a greater chance that you're not going to foul.
Yeah.
You know. Oh, look at this bank shot.
What a shot.
How do you like it now? Okay. So that is going to tie the score up at 1.
So we still haven't talked them into getting another monitor?
Yeah, no. But we do have this thing.
Yes, I couldn't help but notice that.
Yes. You want to trade seats for a little bit?
No, go ahead, because I know you're experienced with this. I'm used to just drawing on streams with a mouse. And I would have a cursor that I could follow.
Well, we have this pen, although it's a little clunky to use, honestly, because it keeps on disconnecting. You can draw right on screen, like you can. Hi.
That is super cool.
Then you just hit the delete button, and it disappears. And you can do things like this, and that disappears as well. Or you can do shapes if you want to do shapes.
That is really cool.
Yes.
Makes me wonder if I want to maybe get something like that for my home setup.
Yeah, you should talk to Shayla and find out how they did it. It looks like it's just operating through a browser.
Yep.
So it might just be a service. But here we are, 1-1, and Irving's looking to push out. And I'm going to just say my little thing about push-outs, just so that you guys at home can argue with me. Whenever you're pushing out, you are inherently at a disadvantage. There is no advantage to be gained. What you're looking for is something as close to 50-50 as possible. And the reason why you're at a disadvantage is because the incoming player has the choice to either, accept the shot or pass it back. That judgment, that ability to judge, is what's going to give your opponent the advantage. And that's it. So whenever you're pushing out, you're your expectations should be somewhat limited. You're looking for a scenario where you just want it to be uncomfortable. You like that?
I do.
Yeah. And uncomfortable could be like you tie balls up. Uncomfortable could be you leave a bank shot.
You're just gambling with the fact that you want to create a scenario that you would think that your opponent is uncomfortable with, but you're fairly comfortable with it.
Oh,
So that way you can get it back.
If you're playing against someone like that, that would be great. But I'm working into the assumption that, like, if I were playing you, for example, I would assume that anything I'm comfortable with, you're comfortable with.
More than likely.
Yeah. And I work under that premise. But like, yeah, if I'm playing someone who's like 100 points lower than me, then yeah, I might push to an advantage. But yeah, all things being equal, whenever you have to push out, you are at a disadvantage. Which is something to keep in mind. Like, if you're not making balls in the break, then just leave the cue ball far away from the one.
Nothing wrong with the containing safety. Almost like what I would expect to see here, maybe a containing safety.
Yeah.
Cut the 4-ball probably behind or along the rail, maybe about half a diamond past the middle diamond while the cue ball goes to the middle of the table.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So one of the things I've been trying to point out, I don't know if the viewers at home have caught on or not, but you guys back me up, okay?
This is also good.
Is when you're looking at players at this caliber, you have to sort of break the game up into like 3 different segments. There's early rack, mid rack, and late rack. And you have to acknowledge when you can find yourself transitioning from early to mid or mid to late very quickly. Like in a situation like this, you've got your 4-ball here, you got your 5-ball sort of tied up over there, you got your 6-ball up there, and you got your 7 down there. This is quite a bit of traveling. So even though this is like not much, this is much, So really, we could be looking at a scenario where this game isn't really decided until we get to sort of the late rack stage. Oh, he could see the 5 in that pocket. But still,
I really would have thought that he would have allowed the cue ball to roll just a little bit more forward and take a back cut to the corner pocket,
agree.
so that way the cue ball naturally rolls towards the 6.
Yeah.
I mean, this works as well.
Yeah.
It's just extra effort, and being flat on this 6-ball is probably the last thing you would want to be on.
This is the portion I was talking about. This late rack situation. You've got 6, 7, 8, 9. That's a lot of traveling,
But I like that choice. Just make the ball, accept the next hard incoming shot, because you're at least still at the table and you're in some form of control.
Yeah. So this is a tough spot still. You can float this in. Definitely worth considering because you're not going to really improve your position by much. That's a good speed. I like that.
What a shot.
Yeah.
Don't get over the 9 though.
Okay.
That's okay.
Yeah, he's got clear queuing. And he might have some experience. He might have a little bit of an advantage, in situations bridging over a ball anyway.
Oh, he's clear.
Yeah, he's clear.
Maybe just some topspin up and down the table.
A
little bit of an overcut.
I fully expected him to make that shot, but he's going to get away with it.
With a fortunate leave.
Yeah. So, yeah, I like what Michael's doing here. He's only thinking about ensuring legal contact. And he rushed that a bit, and he's going to pay for it.
Uh-oh.
In shots like that, I can't go back, but in shots like that, it's really, really important to try and aim for as full a hit as possible. And in fact, and this lends itself to what I was talking about before. You could get a kick and stick there. A kick and stick existed there. And if you're thinking about the kick and stick, even if you don't get it this time, you're giving your brain information, you're learning, you're giving yourself the opportunity to hit that kick and stick next time. But if you just get down and shoot, you're not learning anything. You got to give yourself goals. There it is.
Nicely done.
So Irving is going to take the lead again and get himself on the hill. We update the
Yep.
spreadsheet and just hit Control S.
All right, so how many viewers do we have here? Where's everybody from? Nice 20 plus. Where's everybody watching from?
Jude needs supervision. I always need supervision. I'm out of control. You should see me now.
So I understood we got 32 players for this.
That's absolutely right.
That's amazing.
32 players. I think that the field was capped at 64, but honestly, 32 is such a nice number.
Yep.
No buys. We get to get out of here at like 6 o'clock-ish. It's 4 o'clock now.
Yeah, to be this, because I came here late, obviously, but to be this far along in the tournament already, that means it's been running great.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and this is something that I've preached to my friends back in the Northeast. In the Northeast, all tournaments are like a minimum race to 7.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's anything less, they sort of look at you like, why? Why would I do that? Why would we race to 3? That's ridiculous, you know? And I'm now in the exact opposite camp. I like short races. And I'll tell you why. For one, tournaments don't need to take 2 days. They don't need to like last 12, 14 hours. And number 2, I think it develops your game immensely when you're under the gun from the onset. Like if you can learn how to win these races to 3, races to 4, then when you go back to playing a race to 7 or a race to 9, you're going to feel like you have so much more space. You're not going to feel as pressured. You're gonna have a greater appreciation for how the set develops, and you're gonna learn how to like come out of the gate firing, and that's really what you want to do more than anything else. So, I think these short races, these 4-3 races, should just be happening more often, regardless of skill level. Not to mention the fact that it makes things more exciting. I know you took your headset off.
Yep, so I misheard about more than 75% of what you said.
Yeah.
What I can comment on is just the idea that we have players of these calibers playing in tournaments. I grew up in a time where it didn't matter what your skill level was. We all just played against each other, but times have changed to where it doesn't seem to do that anymore.
No.
And it's a simple fact that there are a lot more players of this caliber than there are players of our calibers. So to give them an environment,
like that one?
To give them an environment where they can come out and play, I think is fantastic.
Yes. Yes. Oh, the capped aspect of it, I think, is awesome. That's always a great thing. But what I was speaking to before was, I think there's a lot of value in short races. I think that regardless of your skill level, like you can have a 350 Fargo rating or a 650 Fargo rating, and racing to 3 or 4 it's going to actually
it keeps it interesting.
It keeps it interesting.
It can.
You know, there's value for the strongest player in the field. And there's always going to be value for the strongest player in the field, but like it adds value to the weaker players in the field because you know what, going up against the monsters won't be as intimidating if all you have to do is win 3 games.
Yep.
Like, I can beat Justin Espinoza in a race to 3. I can make him sweat.
Absolutely, absolutely. But as the races get longer and longer,
Yeah.
then we would become less
Yeah.
favorable.
No. I can be very cocky when we're talking about a race to 3. Um, I, I'm a lot more humble if we're talking about me playing Justin in a race to like 21.
Bubba Staten says you need a 549 and under tournament. Didn't we just have like a under 600 last week or something?
We had one last weekend.
Yeah.
599 and under. I think Bubbo just wants a 549 and under because he's probably at a 548.
Let's see. We've got Berserker 13 watching from Tampa, Florida. Welcome. Bubba, you're watching from home. And Tommy, you're watching from Georgetown.
So Michael knocks down another win. That's going to bring this to Hill. And this is getting to, that was actually a really good safety by Michael. I know you were in mid-thought, but Michael knocked down a really good safety, which led to this win. And this is Hill. And you know what? I don't know Michael very well, but he's been in the room quite a bit. And he seems like a very mild-mannered, quiet guy, nice guy. Irving plays in my league, which is the reason why I'm able to speak about him more. But it's going to be a shame seeing one of these guys go. That's where I was basically going with all this. So Michael's also breaking sort of mid-table, and he just avoids the drink twice.
And a dry break.
It's going to be a dry break.
See, it looks like he thought he made a ball.
This is what I was talking about before, where these players, not Michael specifically, but I've seen quite a few players on the head table trying to break from basically the box head on. And you really need to watch some of the other players in the room. When you're racking with the magic rack and the cue ball's on the spot, you pretty much have a dead ball into the corner. You got to take advantage of that. You know, it removes the ball from the table. You can start playing shape on the one ball.
Yep.
You know, gives yourself a chance to run out. And especially as we get into these later and later stages, these Fargo ratings are going to get closer and closer to 500. You know, the expectation of running out is there. You know, I like how Irving has gotten on this 3 ball, and really, he's going to get a bit of an angle on this 4.
Not if the 9 can help it. That was a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, I was going to say, you got to avoid that 9 ball and leave yourself something for the 4, and that's where I thought the angle comes into play.
I am really intrigued about what I'm about to see here.
He's jumping.
I tell you, this is just fascinating to watch. I want to see how this is going to work.
I can assure you, he's going to get over the ball.
Or is this an air bridge? Okay. That is amazing.
Wow. Wow. Okay, McKenna is going to have to move into second place in the best shot of the tournament. What a great jump shot by Irving Gomez.
If that doesn't deserve a thumbs up, people, I don't know what does. Please hit the like button for this stream.
Yeah. Holy cow. Oh, no.
Gene Brumbra is asking, is this the only tournament for today? I guess we'd have to check with the manager. Are they going to have their night tournaments?
We're still having our Saturday night tournament. I won't be here.
Neither will I.
Yeah. But the tournament people will be here doing the tournament things. It's a really nice bank shot by Michael.
I think I heard that the break contest got a little bit of a dent put into it last week. I think someone won about 4,000 after making 4 balls.
David Newman.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Michael tries to go for another bank shot. Unfortunately, the banks are only open for 1. Do you hear a phone ringing in the background?
I hear something ringing. I don't know if it's...
It's got to be the computer.
No, it's just it's nearby.
Oh, someone's phone is ringing and we can hear it, which is weird for us. Whose phone is ringing?
I don't hear a phone ringing.
Sure, it's not you.
That was weird. Someone I don't know is trying to call me on Facebook.
Oh, well, there you go.
George Miguel Baez, table 5. Miguel, table 5.
I wonder what that's about.
Bubba Staten, you're asking for the tournament format tonight. I do believe they played 9-ball, 1 on the spot, just like what we're seeing here, and I think it's a race to 4 on the winner side and a race to 3 on the 1-loss side.
Actually, the format is identical.
Oh, it's completely identical.
Well, with one exception.
Okay.
There's no 3-foul rule.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
But in this event that we're watching right now, there's a 3-foul rule.
And for the weekend tournaments, I don't know what the exact figure is, but they have a very large break and run contest that you get randomly selected for, to where every ball is $1 amount. And as you heard me say earlier, a previous winner actually won about a little over $4,000 for 4 balls. So do the math. That'll tell you how much each ball was worth. And Miguel comes up just a little short, or Michael, I'm sorry. But this should be doable. And that'll do it. So Michael advances.
All right, now looking for the win for the hot seat match. I need McKenna and Anastasio, table 1. McKenna and Anastasio, table 1.
I see. It was Lewis. He's a guy I know from Betsy's.
Oh, okay.
But I don't understand. He knows what I'm doing right now, so.
Let's see. You're going to have to keep me honest here on spelling here. Oh, it's already in here.
Yeah.
So there's this. Well, that makes things easy.
I didn't catch the end of that. I was looking to see why my phone was ringing. What's up? Who won that one?
Michael ended up taking it down. He got a little short on the 9-ball, but it was okay. But he managed to cut it in for the win.
That was a little bit distracting. I was like, what? Who? Huh?
You said on the.
And it's my phone.
On the winner's side, it's a race to 4, correct?
On the winner's side, is it a race? It is a race to 4. Yes.
Okay.
Did they say? McKenna and Anastasio.
Yep, our hot seat match.
Wonderful. You know, if I had to guess which two would be in the winner's side finals, I would have picked these two.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah. Both of them are improving faster than Fargo can keep up with. And that's the God honest truth. I know that they're both under 500, and like you sort of raise an eyebrow every now and then when you watch them play. And they're both here every single day, and they're practicing all the time. They're playing in all the weekly tournaments that they can get into, and it shows, you know. So let's see what's going on with the brackets while they get situated. So right now, we have Michael Engelman playing Jerry Riley. We've got George Torres playing Miguel Baez, with Oscar Guerrero waiting in the wings. And that's it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 players remain. Let me see what this is.
That's somebody else now, not you.
Yeah.
So McKenna's going to be breaking from her left side of the table. Curious to see if this 2 ball is going to drop in the corner. Just a little high. Oh, but point hooked behind the corner pocket. I expect
so we're going
Anastasio
to see,
to push here.
Yeah. And this lends itself to what I was talking about before. You want to look for a push that has no great advantage. Although I did have a push shot a couple weeks ago that had people talking all week. I was playing Justin, Hill, and I broke. I made a ball, but I couldn't see the 1. So I pushed to a jump shot. And it was a jump shot to nowhere, really, except for a carom on the 9.
Don't tell me you hit it.
Justin passed it back, and I made the 9.
Nice. See, so I was curious with the decision that was made here with where he pushed, because I expected a safety, but I actually expected this to be reversed. So McKenna hit the 1 ball on her right side, sending it over here into the cluster, when I would have expected the cue ball to come over in this area instead and leave the 1 ball down at the head end of the table.
That happens. I find myself doing that a lot. Like I see the split that I would go for, and then they reverse the split. Yeah. This is a tricky situation. This is tricky on many levels. Like, forget about just the 1 ball. You know, going from the 1 to the 2 is tough, but then let's say you make the 3, you make the 1, you make the 2, you make the 3. What are you going to do about that 5 ball?
Yep. So how often, this doesn't happen very often for me, but like you said, it's very difficult to go from the 1 to the 2.
Yeah.
And when I look at that shot and I see how difficult it is, I'm not shooting the 1 in.
No.
I have a free shot at it, but I can't transition to the 2 ball. So I'm gonna attempt to play some sort of safety instead.
You have to constantly look at these situations like, how can I gain an edge? You know, how can I get some sort of an advantage here? And I think honestly that sort of mindset comes from playing a lot of like 1 pocket or 8 ball. You don't really see that mindset as much among 9 ball players. 9 ball players sort of look at it like, I'm just going to keep making balls until I can't.
Yes, with a very aggressive style of play.
Yeah, but 1 pocket and 8 ball players, especially 8 ball players, understand that sometimes making a ball can result in losing.
Yep.
Yeah, that's less of a thing in 1 pocket. Usually making balls in 1 pocket is almost always good. But
you know what I would try here, which would be really risky? Let me see if he's not doing it.
You try and
he almost did it.
There's too much to move.
I definitely would have tried to bump into the 5 ball. I'm risking my 3 ball, but I'm also trying to improve the table, thinking that if I bump that 5 and 6 and they separate, maybe I'll still see the 3.
Yeah.
And then I've hopefully solved the table for myself.
I think there's just too much to move here. Let me see what this is. I'll be right back.
Yep. Good safety.
Hey, Lewis. What's up, man? Oh, I see.
Looks like McKenna's going to try to see how much airtime she can get here. What a hit. Nicely done. Oh, with a lucky drop on the 8 in the side. Going for an aggressive bank, automatic position on the 4 ball. So here's the tricky part. What are we going to do with this 5 ball? So it looks like he's maybe thinking about trying to play position for a 5-6 combination, but that makes that 7 ball really big. Now he's looking at maybe trying to bank the 5. And it looks like we're going to get a bank angle. Oh, with a 3, rail it to the side pocket. At this point here, this is where I would suggest that he would have to collect himself. Don't just get down and shoot this 6 ball.
Chris, you're not going to believe this, but that's John Charez left his phone here.
Oh, geez.
And so that's why they were calling me. And
why didn't they just call the establishment?
And John just said to me, I think he tried, I don't know. But John just said to me, I'll pick it up Tuesday. And I'm like, Tuesday? You're not going to just come in and get it now? He's like, no, I'll be there Tuesday for league. And I was just like, dude, I want your life.
He doesn't need his phone until Tuesday?
I'm literally like, I'm going to the bathroom. Where's my phone? Like, I can't go anywhere without my phone.
So here's I love this scenario here. What is your choice? Are you hitting long rail position, or are you going to go long rail short rail for position?
Long rail.
That's what I would do as well.
I don't want to draw this back like a ton. I'm looking for like 2 diamonds up. Like I want to be like, I want to hit the rail like right there. Oh no. She miscued?
I think so, because she was really trying to juice the hit on that one there. And
Yeah.
I don't think it was actually necessary.
Yeah, well, and that's partly why I would have gone for like that point on the rail, because you don't have to juice it. Uh-oh.
That was interesting.
So here's a little trick I'm going to tell the guys at home right now about queuing, especially for situations like that where you need something very specific to happen.
Oh, no. And he gives it up.
He gives it up, yeah. So a really good trick to make sure that you hit the cue ball exactly where you want is to begin with a point. Like a lot of people, when they get into their stance, they're already doing their warm-up strokes. And that's a mistake. I mean, warm-up strokes are a good thing, but you want to make sure that like either you're beginning with or somewhere in the middle of that sequence, you are pointing your cue exactly where you want to address that cue ball. So like, let's say you're going for like a center ball hit. You want to have a good full second where that tip is just pointing at the center of that cue ball.
Yep, I agree.
You know, and the reason why you do that is because you want to give your body a moment to memorize exactly what you want to happen. And if you don't do that, you're going to find yourself addressing the cue ball differently every single time, even though you're going for like a center ball hit every single time. So spend a second just pointing. I like to begin with a point, but there are some players who will do like a couple of warm-up strokes, like Shane Van Boening does a couple of warm-up strokes, and then he just does a freeze. Jason Shaw, another one, does it like, and Jason's very, very fast, but he'll always start with like a freeze. You know, just pointing. Let's see what Anastasio does. See, like he's just warm-up strokes. He's not spending a whole lot of time like just pointing the cue at the cue ball, and that's the reason why you're going to see him address the cue ball differently than what he intends. But he's pocketing really, really well. I mean, he does pocket well.
That was actually a really good shot.
Yeah,
Wow.
this kid's been playing pool now for a couple of years, and he's just moving through the ranks just so quickly. Like he's giving me fewer and fewer things to criticize.
Well, I think it's interesting with what you brought up with about pre-shot routine, how you address the cue ball and stuff, and I have found that 8-ball wiped its feet on the way in.
Yeah.
That a lot of times that players, sub 500 or whatever, they basically take hold of. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Not like that.
Oh,
wow.
Jeez, wow. They really take hold of what they perceive is working for them.
Yeah.
To a point to where like we can point out one minor little difference, like you're talking about, pausing at the cue ball just to make sure that you ensure you hit where you want to hit on the cue ball, and just that little adjustment is so hard for them to adapt to because of how ingrained they are doing what they're currently doing.
Absolutely, absolutely. But that's the give and take of improvement. Because you're taught to do things the exact same way every single time. That's how you build consistency.
Yeah.
If you want to be consistent, then you need to have a consistent shot routine. The problem is that if your shot routine is wrong, you're not going to get You're not going to get ideal results as often as you'd like.
Right.
And so, in order for that to happen, you have to break that routine and create something new, create something more solid. And so when you're watching the pros, thank you. When you're watching the pros, the reason why they are who they are, the reason why they're as good as they are, is because they've essentially created a routine that's better than yours.
Yep.
Because I can tell you right now, these guys, they don't see any better than we do. They're not in any better shape than we are. There's nothing that like any of these guys can do that you can't do. But they have thought about this game differently, and so it's important to like start recognizing, acknowledging like what it is that they do different, and it really boils down to like very small nuanced things that are hard to notice, but they're there, and that freeze, that point, just remaining still and making sure that you're aiming for exactly what you want to aim for is huge.
I didn't want to interrupt you there, but I was going to say, how did you like that one pocket shot on the one ball there? I'm pretty sure he was trying to either combo the 4 or have it go in off the 4. Looks like we got a question here from Roger. It says, how is an under 500 break and running? I haven't seen a single break and run since I've been here. Has there been any tonight?
I can tell you right now, as a league director, I have 130 people in my league, and our average Fargo rating is 47. So,
wait, what?
487.
Oh, 487. I thought you said 47.
No, 487, which means that more than half of my league is under 500, and so I've become very familiar with the under 500 player, and yeah, breaking and running is not something that you usually see, but it's definitely there. Just because you're under 500 doesn't mean you can't run out.
That is correct.
I hesitate to say what the minimum Fargo rating would be for someone who breaks and runs out, but it's definitely lower than 500. It's definitely lower than 450. Actually, the first time I ever broke and ran out, I was 16 years old, and I couldn't even draw the cue ball.
That's an interesting question. I actually would have maybe guesstimated that it would take I'm not saying it's not possible, but I would think maybe you'd have to be in the 500s
What?
to break to at least break and run.
Break and run one?
Yes.
No, no. Um,
What would your limit be? 475?
400.
You think a 400 could break and run? I think it's possible, but like I'm
Yes.
thinking of the
Yes, I think all things. I think they need like they need a little bit of luck on their side.
sure.
They need a really good spread. You know, they need balls to lay up. You know, somewhere in their pockets. Maybe they need to be playing a little bit over their head. But yeah, I think 400 is. You know, without doing any research, without like taking any serious observations, I think 400 is the beginning of where, you know, yeah, you could see someone break and run out. And I say this because yeah, in my league, more than half the players are below 500, and I have to give up a lot of weight when I play them. I'm a 658 or something like that, and you know I have to race to 9 while a lot of these players are racing to 4 or 5. And so, yeah, I notice when someone breaks and runs out. You know, I really notice. And um, 500, I almost expect it. Like not like every set, but like I know that it can happen any set at 500.
I guess I'm thinking more of good odds because if you just blanket that anything's possible, you would think like would you think a 300 could break and run?
No, no. I think when you get to 300, you're looking at someone who's um, having difficulty running 3 balls in a row.
Mm-hmm.
But when you get to like 400, 450, like a 450, that's an APA 6. You know, and APA 6s run out. Like it may not seem 450 may not seem very high on the Fargo rate totem pole, but but a 450 translated into APA land is a 6, and that's pretty high on their totem pole.
Mm-hmm.
And those guys break and run out. I'm gonna wolf that down really quick because I haven't eaten anything all day.
Let's see. Berserker 13, you're saying here in Florida you've got 360s that break and run. I would wonder, are they established 360s? Meaning, like, is their robustness above 200? Yeah, because, blanketly, you can say anything's possible, right? So I was just thinking more of the favorable odds of it actually happening, and that's where I guesstimated that it would be in the 500s or higher. But that doesn't dismiss that it's certainly possible that someone under 500 could break and run a rack. See, when you see shots like what just took place here, I find that players sometimes just don't take into account the level of difficulty the entire shot is. Meaning that it's not just about making the object ball. You also have to move the cue ball to the next object ball. Because if you reduce moving the cue ball and just put full responsibility on making the object ball, the shot starts to become a little bit easier, but then knowing that you're probably going to end up with a harder shot next. So trying to find that nice balance to where if you just make the ball, it's easy, but then you can't transition to or it's you end up with a harder shot on the next one. So how much complexity do you have to start adding to your easy shot before you start risking missing the current shot just so you can get better position on the next ball? Nice little stun shot there. Are we going to see a 3-9 combo, or does it clear? Is it clear to the pocket? I can't really tell from. It looks like it might be clear. Oh, he went for it though. He wanted that 3-9 combination. Looks like we got maybe got a little bit of a lucky leave there. Oh, never mind. She could see it. Can't really tell if she backed the cue ball enough to be able to see the 4 ball. She might have to kick at this. That's a good hit. Sovtech, that is correct. It was my understanding that this tournament did have a robustness requirement, and it had to be 200 or more, because you basically just have to be an established player in the Fargo system. Okay, this is a nice containing safety. I would expect McKenna to just thinly hit the 5 ball on the right side. The 7 ball is going to keep the 5 ball where it's at, and the cue ball is going to come 2 rails around, come back up to this end of the table. Uh-oh. Probably wanted to just have less spin on that one, so that way it doesn't, it keeps away from this side of the table, leaving a free shot here. Anastasio with an overcut on the 5 ball, but comes out with a lucky leave, and we're hidden behind the 8 ball. Puts his hand up in apology. Are we expecting that tournaments like these are going to happen often?
If you like and subscribe.
So Sovtech, make sure that you're subscribed to the channel. Sovtech wanted to play in this, but doesn't have enough robustness for their Fargo.
Seriously, that is. I mean, I'm joking, but I'm not joking. Like, the more viewers we get, the more subscribers we get. If we start generating revenue from this stream, you better believe it. And frankly, I have talked to the owners of this pool room.
Oh, what a shot.
Beautiful.
Just fires it in.
I've talked to the owners of this pool room extensively, and they are committed not just to promoting pool, but to promoting what happens in this room on a day-to-day basis. They are more interested in adding money and having tournaments for the amateurs who are here all the time than they are for the pros. You know, and they've already shown a hell of a commitment to the pros.
Absolutely.
So, like, all they ask in return is that you like, subscribe, and share. I wanted to add to the whole thing about breaking and running out. Breaking and running out is not a real accomplishment. It's
How
just
dare
not.
you?
Yeah, it's not. It's like saying, how could a little leaguer hit a home run in a major league stadium? And my response would be,
You're about to have a lot of angry parents.
which stadium? You know, did he do it at Fenway Park, or did he do it at Oakland Coliseum? You know, there's a difference, you know, between one run out and another. I know a young woman from the Northeast. She probably was no higher than a 500 when she ran a 5-pack in 10 ball.
Jeez,
And
really?
it's
Wow.
on video. And I was giving her a ton of weight back then, and I still give her that ton of weight now. And I've never run a 5-pack in 10 ball.
Yeah.
You know, what does that say? Nothing. It says nothing. It says that she had a really good run. She had a really good day. You know, and you know what? Good for her, and it's a great memory. And I would like to have that memory for myself. You know, and I talk about memories like that too. But in the grand scheme of things, that's not a reflection of how she plays. You know, just like if I don't do it, that's not a reflection of how I play.
Right.
You know, you're not gonna bet all your money on her because she's got a 5-pack and I don't. Although I do have a couple of 5-packs in 9 ball.
Just stop. Let me have my break and run, okay? just way to just invalidate all the break and runs I've ever done.
It's. I'm not saying that breaking and running out isn't hard. It took me forever to get my first one.
Right.
But and I'm not saying it's not meaningful. Of course, it's meaningful. I mean, like we all enjoy them more than the others. Just like baseball players enjoy home runs more
Right.
than all the other hits. But certain things need to happen when you break and run out, and I think especially when you're looking at the two players that you're seeing at the table right now, these are unusual players under 500. They're both hanging out with a lot of strong players all the time.
This is true.
And so they know how to break. They know what the objectives in the break are. I haven't really been able to watch this set because I literally just ate something for the first time today. But I would imagine their breaks are mimicking how pros normally break. Whereas all the other people not all the other, but half the people we've seen on this table today are breaking from the middle of the table.
Mm-hmm.
How are you going to break and run out if you're not even making a ball?
Correct.
So just being able to make multiple balls on the break, or at least one ball on the break, is a huge, part of the task of breaking and running out. So yeah, McKenna could step up and make 3, 4 balls in the break, and then she's just making 4 or 5 balls to run out, or 5 or 6 balls to run out. Is that a break and run? Yes. Is it like that hard to do? Not if you're making 3 or 4 balls in the break.
Right.
So yeah, they're both copying the people around them. They're both competing against stronger players all the time, and they're paying attention. They're mostly humble people who understand that they have a lot to learn.
Just a second. This 9 ball for the win. Oh, but he undercuts the ball, and he is not happy.
And that's why he's not a 550. And that's the truth,
Yeah.
because a 550 is going to make that shot.
All right, we're back within 1.
But come back in 6 months, he'll probably be making that shot.
Right.
They're both improving really, really fast. So that's why.
Let's see. Bubba says he's had 2 break and runs his first week of league at Skinny's 1 year ago, but he hasn't had any ever since.
Yeah, that happens too. My first 3-pack in Texas happened at the Texas Open when I was playing Manny Chow. He ran a 3-pack on me to take a 6-3 lead, and I ran a 3-pack on him to tie it at 6. I haven't done anything more than a 3-pack since. I think I've done 1 or 2 3-packs. No, I've done a couple of 3-packs actually. I take that back.
I think 3 is the most I've ever done as well. Oh, an unfortunate scratch there.
In Texas.
Oh, here.
Yeah, I've done 5-packs. But it's been a while. You need everything to just happen the right way, And I'm not competing in winter break formats very often anymore.
Yeah, a lot of times it's alternating break.
Yeah.
It's one of the big reasons why I really like the Texas Nightball Classic and the Texas Open, because they do the winter break format.
Yeah.
I mean, if someone's going to beat me by breaking and running 4 in a row, I will happily sit back and just watch it because I will be amazed.
It's fun. I like either or. I'm fine with it. Um, I came to the realization a long time ago that there isn't a huge advantage to breaking in the long run. It's nice when you've figured the break out and you're making balls.
Right.
But you're clueless about not you specifically, but you're clueless about making balls on the break about as often as you've got it dialed in. You know. In fact, I'd say more often than not, you don't know what you're doing. You know. We don't all get up there and make balls in the break 90, 95% of the time. We just don't. Sometimes we have a style that fits a table or fits a room, but then the room changes, like the atmosphere changes, or we go to another room and suddenly that's gone. You know, I watched Vitaly Petsura make a ball in the break all 36 times that he broke on the TV table.
And that was when we had 9 on the spot, right?
No, no. Oh yeah, that was 9 on the spot. Yes, 9 on the spot. The next time he was here, that did not happen. So either he changed a little or the room changed a little, either or. And Vitaly doesn't completely understand it. He just knows how to replicate whatever he's doing.
Right. Oh no! Wow.
Okay, so getting back to this set.
This is to tie
I
it up.
apologize for those at home. I've been digressing a little too much this set. I apologize. This is McKenna's a great opportunity for McKenna to tie this set up right here. Really, all she needs to do is float that cue ball down pretty close to the rail. I'd go a little bit further than that. So I think she fell a little short.
You don't want to be flat again.
Yeah.
You want to be able to push that to the long rail and come out for the 7 in the side.
You can spin out here. Yeah. I would have spun more. Oh, no.
I can't tell if she's okay or not.
I don't think she is, but we'll find out in a moment.
I found on it pretty quick.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
A little close for comfort there. But this is to tie it all up, hill to hill.
I think that's also just a little bit of, McKenna hasn't been playing this game very long either, And there
Nicely
it is.
done.
And come back in 6 months, and McKenna will not be positioning for that ball right next to the 9 ball. She'll spin out.
I think the funny part about this scenario here is I'm willing to bet Anastasio is really just like eating himself up over that 9 ball that he missed, because that was for the set.
Yeah.
And when you're in positions like that, this is when we talk about pool and we talk about the mental game. Yeah. This is the part of the mental game when you could have won the match and now you're in this situation.
Yeah.
How do you hold it together? So I think it's fair to say that the pressure is now equal because she wants to win it.
You see that break?
Mm-hmm.
2 ball went right in. Do you want to know where McKenna broke from?
And all the way over to the side.
You guys can see this at home too. You see where that little wear spot is on the line? There's a white spot on the line.
Yep.
That's where she broke from. You want to know why that spot is white? It's a burn mark, because every good player in this room breaks from right there. So she doesn't even have to look at anybody. She doesn't have to watch anybody. She can just look at the table and she knows where all the good players are breaking from.
Yep.
Actually, whenever I walk into a new pool room, if I don't see those markings, if I don't see that big triangle, that from
one side rail to the other side rail to the track line that goes to the 1 ball.
Yeah, if I don't see that big triangle, I'm just like, I don't want to stay here. I consider that triangle to be the telltale sign that there are players in the room. Mm-hmm. And yeah, if the cloth is worn and I don't see a triangle, then screw this place. There's some rooms in Texas. In Austin, I can say that about too.
Hey, McKenna here with a chance to be able to take the whole thing down.
She really knocks down shots like that, like her mom. Her mother, Kim Sanders, is the 2018 Texas State champion. And oh no, she overcut
just a bit
that.
and an overcut.
If there's one thing that Kim Sanders is really, really good at, like I would say, like is her biggest strength, is if she just needs to make a ball, it doesn't matter where the hell the cue ball and that object ball are. If she needs to make that one shot, she's either gonna knock it down or she's gonna be very, very, very close. Like the Sanders seem to be very good at knowing what the mechanics are for just pocketing a ball.
I'm curious if this 9 ball is going to come into play.
I think it's almost guaranteed. I guess you could follow gently and roll past it.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
She used inside.
That's a lot of inside to be able to do that.
Yeah.
And I can look at this after the fact and saying, remove the inside, you're going to bump into the 9, and you have a shot at the 6 on the side.
I was thinking that too, yeah.
Oh, what
nice
a hit.
Kick.
Oh. Little fortunate leave there.
So Anastasio might actually have a cut here. He definitely has a bank. He's going to look this over.
This is where I'm banking the ball to the middle diamond and sending the cue ball up table.
I think you can cut this. I think it's almost worth it.
Think so?
Yeah.
I think the 6 ball's a little too high for that. Yeah, something like this.
He did play safe, yeah.
Something like this.
He didn't map it out as well as he could have. And that goes back to what I was saying before, like about taking your time and giving yourself targets. That's how you learn. Now you say to yourself, okay, I'm going to hit the first rail here. I want to hit the second rail over there. Like I want this line.
Oh, what a nice hit. Nicely done. You know, I actually quoted you on another.
Hit that?
I actually quoted you on another stream before when we were talking about.
What quote?
the better you get, the more specific you get.
Yeah.
We were talking about how players get better, and so you were talking about, like, mapping the route out. I'm going to hit this point on the rail, and so on and so forth. And the more specific you get, the better you start. Well, the better you start to get, the more specific you get in the way that you
small, miss small. Yeah, you want to be very specific, and you're not always going to be right, and that's okay, but the more specific you are, the more you're going to learn. I especially employ that when I play 8-ball. I'll say to myself, like, okay, I need to get to this zone. This is the beginning of the zone. This is the end of the zone. The end of the zone is better than the beginning of the zone. So I'll favor that end, and so if I slightly overrun position, but I'm still good because I favored that side, then I learned that, like, okay, I'm hitting it a little bit hard. Dial it back a little.
One lesson I always give when it comes to doing stuff like that is it's a win-win situation as far as I'm concerned, meaning that you be as specific as you possibly can, and if you're right, that's a nice confidence booster.
Yep.
And then if you're slightly off or if you're wrong, that means you should hopefully learn something.
And you may get that confidence booster on the next shot.
Exactly.
Yeah. This looks like a set ending situation. That's a good first shot. Now this is going to be a little bit tricky. I think I go short side here.
I would agree.
You can drag the cue ball using draw to the short side, and there's not a whole lot of value to being on the other side of it. Oh, she
Way
overhit
too
this.
hard. Oh my goodness, what a position to be in.
You know, probably sooner than later, McKenna's going to develop that nuanced touch, and she's going to be formidable.
Well, I mean, it's no secret that players that are on the lower end of the skill level ladder tend to hit the cue ball a little too hard.
Yeah. I like the speed here.
Oh, what a
Wow.
shot. Wow.
McKenna Sanders, another great bank shot. That's going to put her in the hot seat. That's going to send Anastasio to the B side. Wow. Did y'all see that?
Let's see here.
You know what I really liked about that shot too?
What's that?
The speed.
Yes. It looked like even if she would have banked it short, she definitely would have been fine with the 9-ball sitting on the end rail.
Yeah, she was giving herself like a really good chance to get back to the table if she did anything other than hang it up.
Yep.
Okay, guys. Well, we're gonna just let the camera run for a little bit. We don't have anything going on at the moment, but hang out because we still got more pool to play.
Testing, testing. Are we back?
We are back.
Okay.
Um,
Berserker 13 wants me to get on the table and practice. I don't have my cues with me. I just came here to visit.
Yeah.
I had a lot of errands that I had to run, and I still have more errands to
We're
run.
just here to critique 499s and under.
And I'm still working on my home setup. My table's there. I'm trying to get my cameras, my microphones all hooked up.
Nice. I've got to go back and continue setting up my gym. I can create a stream for that, though. Here I am doing pull-ups. I mean, I'm going to use plural because I'm optimistic.
Oh, instead of a pull-up, you're going to add the S.
I used to be able to do 10 pull-ups.
I did too at one point, but not anymore.
Now I doubt I could do more than 4.
I think I need to drop a few so that way I can get back up into like doing
so
3
much
or 4.
easier. It's so much easier to do pull-ups when you're lighter. It sucks. Like the more you put on weight, the harder pull-ups get.
Yeah.
And you're just like, God damn it.
Absolutely. Okay, so I do believe we are waiting on a one-loss side to make it here. Okay, then I guess we're going to see one here soon. Looks like we should see Michael Engelman versus Miguel Baez.
Yeah, we're down to the last 4 people.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, this tournament's going to be over real soon. That's why I was saying, like, this format's great. Like, next weekend, I'm going to be going down to San Antonio for a Centex event. You should go.
Next weekend.
And
I think I have to go install a new mailbox at my mom's house.
Well, it's going to be a weekend-long affair. And part of what's a little frustrating about it is that I know that the first day will probably be over by like 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah.
And then I'll come back the following morning and I'll play again until like 6 in the evening. So the 2 days aren't going to be all that, it's not going to be very much for me, but it's still consuming the whole weekend. This tournament, 6 hours.
That's really not bad at all.
Yeah, maybe 7. It's 5:30 already. So yeah, we're looking at like 6.5 hours.
And to think, there's another tournament tonight.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I can't say any more great things about this place than knowing that there's almost a tournament every day, and then every once in a while we're having 2 tournaments a day.
Yeah.
Like, my goodness.
I've been to a couple of pool rooms where they had similar things going. One of my favorite rooms I've ever been to was in New Orleans. This place called Lacey's Q. It's now called Buffalo's, or Buffalo's 3, I think. And the room is humongous. It's like 30, 40 tables or something like that.
Jeez, wow.
And they have tournaments every single day, and some of the tournaments are on their 7-foot tables, and some of the tournaments are on their 9-foot tables. And it feels like there's something for everyone.
So Jash here says, how is a 500 under 500 breaking and running? Answer: those sub 500 skinny bob players are built different. So I actually wasn't paying close enough attention to realize that during the last match there was a break and run, and that's basically what spawned the whole conversation about how does a sub 500 break and run. And I mean, you heard it's like it's not outside the realms of possibility.
It's definitely not.
But what are we talking about? Out of we saw a hill match, so we saw 7 racks. Out of those 7 racks, there was 1 rack that was broken ran on. So if we keep extending it, how many more racks would it take before you actually saw another one?
I think we're always going to occasionally witness the upper echelon of what a player is capable of doing. And we were talking about this offline a moment ago, and I said I ran a 3-pack against Manny Chow. I've run 5-packs. If I'm on the stream and I run a 5-pack against a top player, people are going to look at my Fargo rating and they're going to be like, who the hell is this guy? You know, how could a 660 run a 5-pack? The truth is, it happens.
Yeah.
In fact, what was his name? Jose Ybarra. Remember him?
Yes. May he rest in peace. But
Yeah.
yes.
I went to a tournament once, and I saw Jose practicing by himself, and I said, hey, let's practice together. He said, sure. So he proceeded to run a 5-pack on me.
That sounds like Jose.
And I just looked at him, I was like, that was a lot of fun, bastard. And I walked away. He's always been nice to me, you know. Even then, I was, we were just joking
wow,
around.
that's 2. I think that's 2 in a row.
But, and Jose Ybarra's Fargo rating, what was his?
I believe he was a high 600. I don't think he was, if I remember correctly.
I think he was like mid. But yeah, I mean, he was not pro caliber, you know. And he ran those 5 racks on me real clean.
Let's see. So I'm pretty sure I'm going to forget. This was Michael from earlier, correct? And then this would be Miguel. So Michael here with a chance to get on the board first.
Oh, he's going to overcut
but he
this.
Overcuts it on the pro side and leaves gets a containing safety out of this.
Yeah, I was going to say that shot before he needed to really like either hit it with more speed or more spin. But it tracked well.
See, I like seeing this. You don't see decisions like that very often.
Yeah.
Not at this caliber. And to see something like that, I think that's awesome.
Well, you're in a situation where you're the underdog to make the shot. Why not give him a situation where he's the underdog?
Yeah, but how many times?
He's going to go for the double bubble.
Okay, I was going to say, because how many times do you see that the ball gets made and then the previous player's like, darn it, I knew I should have just went for it.
It really also depends on the situation. I think in that particular situation, he was faced with a whole lot of nothing.
Right.
The bank shot wasn't really there.
Yeah,
he tried to dig into it.
That's the most common statement that I've heard from even some of my teammates. They're like, I should have just went for it. And I'm like, regardless of the outcome, you made the better decision.
It's funny you should say that. I started making much better decisions in pool.
Oh, no! Wow.
I was not expecting that. I started making much better decisions in pool when I started playing poker.
Oh, really?
And the reason for it was, in poker, everything is random. You know, like you're dealt these cards. You know, there is no momentum or flow. It's just the cards are what they are. You know, and so if you have a situation like you're going for an inside straight, you can
side pocket.
So, Holly's going to take over the tournament for me from here at the end. This is supposed to go left.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go. So, I'm going to have a real meal for a change.
Yeah.
So,
I'll see you later.
cool. Thank you.
I was going to just say, like if you're going for an inside straight, then you look at the odds of the inside straight, and the odds are really simple to calculate. Like there'll be like 4 cards that can help you, and there'll be 46 cards remaining, 45 cards remaining. You know, so roughly it's going to be like what, like 9%. You know,
yeah, not very good odds.
And then you look at how much money it would cost to continue versus how much money you could potentially win. And if the money you're putting in is greater than the odds, then it's not a good bet.
Right.
If you only have to invest 5% of what the pot is, then it's a very good bet. So how does that translate to pool? What that means is that like you're playing the long game.
Yes.
You're trying to make really good decisions so that, at the conclusion of 1,000 games or 10,000 games, you've won, a little bit more than you would have if you were making poor decisions. And for poker, I have probably close to 1 million hands played now, so
Jeez, really? Wow.
yeah. So those little percentages add up to, thousands of dollars in my case. For some players, it can add up to tens of thousands or millions even. It could be the difference between being profitable and not.
Right.
Oh, that's a nice kick. Does he get paid?
Almost.
No. I really like those two rail kicks. I see them really well, and I can tell Miguel sees them really well too. I don't know much about Miguel. I've only started seeing him come around here recently, but he seems really comfortable around a pool table. In spite of his Fargo rating, he looks like he's been playing this game for decades. He just seems really comfortable.
7 ball? Not quite.
Uh-oh. I think that 6 ball is going to get in the game. It is.
So I haven't been here for the majority of the tournament, but we did talk the other night, and it looks like my prediction that I had made about the tournament is roughly true, and that is mainly just saying that I think the majority of the shots that I've seen so far from all the matches that I've been here for have been a little hard, even for my taste, a little too much power. I had another prediction, but I don't think it's been true yet, to where I would have thought the majority of these players might have been using bottom spin a little too often.
Oh, yeah, you did make that prediction.
And so I'm actually kind of surprised that I'm not seeing more bottom spin shots.
Oh, the double bubble, almost. One thing that I've seen today that I didn't expect is how fast everyone shoots.
That I definitely wanted to comment that on the last game between McKenna and Anastasio.
And they're the slower, of the bunch. A lot of these guys have made up their mind, before the ball stopped rolling.
And I would venture to say because they're not specific enough.
Yeah.
Like what we talked about.
I think going into that a little bit, the more specific you are, the more you begin to realize you control the outcome.
Yeah.
Like if you're trying to have your cue ball hit a window that's like 6 inches wide,
Good kick.
the moment you realize that you are capable of doing that, you start to take your time. But if you feel like the trajectory that the cue ball can take is somewhat random after contact, that it could take on anywhere between 15 and 20 degree angles, then why take your time? You don't know what's going to happen, so why bother trying?
Yeah.
So yeah, I think to that point, what you were saying, the more specific you are, the more time you start to take. So that was a combination, and he shot that, pretty quickly. It took maybe 2 warm-up strokes. And these things add up, and going back to my poker reference, even if you're successful 3 or 4 times in a row, these odds are going to catch up with you. And if you can learn to be more specific.
Oh, he tried to spin into that 4 ball for a 4-7 combination.
Yeah. That's a really hard shot.
Oh, I don't think I like this decision. Let's see what
Yeah,
happens.
no, you have to give your cue ball the opportunity. Oh,
Okay,
he did it.
That's what I was wondering. Knowing that the 4 ball was not going to plant itself in the pocket,
Yeah.
I definitely would have done an angle where my cue ball goes into the rail and comes back out.
Well, looks like he's got really good speed here.
This is looking good.
Perfect. He can just roll this in, and he's got a perfect angle. Yeah. You can spin this one out. Just some right spin should carry him to about there.
Little
past it.
Little heavy there.
Little heavy.
This is a 2-railer for the side pocket now.
I like that.
That's that. Now we went from too heavy to too soft.
Yeah. and that lends itself to taking your time, because that's a situation where, let's say the 8-ball drops, you don't have to. No one really likes this 9-ball.
No.
You know. So if you take an extra second and you start to like consider all of your options, like, well, what if I hit it harder? Well, what if I go for the bank? Or, cycle through all of your options, you're going to find that side pocket and you're going to be like, that's the right shot.
Yep. I'm more of a soft player myself. I do like to finesse the cue ball around, but then I'm seeing more and more where, like, the shot that I just described, to where in the past I would have played the 8-ball the exact same way and probably got the same exact position, to now seeing let's let my stroke out a little bit and go 2 rails and shoot the 9-ball in the side pocket instead.
Yeah. Some of it as well has to do with how confident you're playing.
Yeah.
2024 was a bit of a struggle year for me, and I can tell you firsthand that, like, when you're not knocking shots down like you expect to, you start to compromise your decisions.
Oh, I did that while I was recovering from my surgery.
Yeah.
When I was finally able to get back on my feet and play a little bit, I was missing everything under the sun.
Yeah, and it's hard to even recognize what good pool playing is for you when you're struggling to make the correct choice.
Right.
Oh,
what a smashing break there.
It's funny because I talked to you on Thursday night after my league match. A league match I had won, but I had struggled, for most of the match, and how I had fallen flat on a shot because I was afraid to leave myself an angle.
I recall this conversation.
Yeah. I was on the struggle bus literally going into the tournament last night. I played last night, and my first 2 sets, I couldn't make a ball, and then suddenly I figured out what I was doing wrong, and then I won the next 3 sets by shutout.
Been there, done that before.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, part of it as well is it's just waiting it out until you finally like figure out what it is that went wrong.
So really liking what I'm seeing here from Miguel. I just hope this 9-ball doesn't come into play. Oh, wasn't really quite expecting that.
He's in a funny situation here.
I thought his intention was to get on the short side of the 4 so that way he can follow over here for the 5. Because now what do you do with the 5?
You have to avoid the scratch first. I think you might have to play safe on the 4 right now. But wow. So he got the carom off the 9. That's how he avoided it. And look at how this dressed up.
Does it squeeze past the 7?
Oh, no. Well, it's close. I don't think it does. Well, I'll put it this way. A perfect hit, and it goes.
Oh, is he looking at making the 7 off the 9?
Yeah, but then you have to worry about the double kiss. You know what I might consider doing? I might consider playing the 5 into the rail, into the 7.
I think the distance is too much.
I know.
Wow. Oh, what a shot. Wow.
I can't believe that. Really well
Good
done.
action on that one
Really well
there.
done. See, this is what I mean. Like Miguel, he looks really comfortable at the table. You know.
Nicely done.
Yeah. Like I believe his Fargo rating is completely right, but at the same time,
It won't stay there that long.
he's just so comfortable at the table that you know the mistakes he makes are going to be different than McKenna Sanders, for example.
Oh, and I just realized that this is not a race to 4.
Yeah, race
This
to
is a
3.
race to 3.
Like McKenna is going to make nearly every single shot that she sees, and where she's falling short is basically about experience. You know, like there are going to be situations that she hasn't seen before and she doesn't quite know how to handle. Miguel, on the other hand, is sort of the reverse, where like he sees the pitfalls, he knows exactly how to avoid those things, but he doesn't pocket at the caliber that McKenna does.
Right. And it's interesting that you bring up the point about being in scenarios that you just haven't been in before.
Yeah.
And with the players that that are on my team that I coach, I tell them the easiest answer to do that is hit the cue ball softly. Mainly that whatever it is that you think that you're attempting about to do, you want to do it with the most amount of control as possible. And I'm not talking about baby tapping the cue ball or anything, but definitely in some smooth
Ooh, look
fashion.
at this! Look at this!
Wow, for the
Wow!
win! Oh my
We didn't
goodness.
expect that at all. Whoa! Miguel for the win.
We don't have instant replay yet. You're watching on YouTube. Rewind for like 10 seconds and watch it again.
There is an instant replay feature, but I don't know how to use it yet. I apologize, everyone. You're just going to have to come back and visit the channel. We'll definitely have that one up there. 550.
Goodness gracious. Okay, so it looks like we're going to have Miguel stay on the table, and then...
Yeah, we have Anastasio coming.
Yep.
We're racing to 3, everybody.
And Anastasio is going to try to redeem himself to get back to the finals.
You know what makes Anastasio formidable? His personality, his character.
Absolutely.
This kid wants to win so bad. You know, like that's all he thinks about when he's in this room. You know, he is. I would argue he's like the most competitive natured person.
He was my first opponent when I came back from my surgery, and this was just when I bridged the 650 Fargo. So I was going to 9 and he was going to 5, and he managed to beat me 5-5.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me at all. And I think his streaks are going to be they're waves. You know, they happen in waves, and if he's riding a wave, you know, you want to get out of his way.
Let's see here. Self-Tech says, I have a recent experience that really supports that advice. I wonder if that's if you're referring to my hitting the cue ball softly. You're playing a one-pocket match, which, of course, has a lot of speed-sensitive shots. When done with that, I was practicing 10-ball and couldn't miss. I mean, simply put, in this game, I don't think it matters what game you're playing, 8-ball, 9-ball, one-pocket. I mean, it doesn't matter. No matter what it is that you do, you want to attempt to do it with the most amount of control as possible. And every player, I don't care how good you are, every player, the harder you start to hit, accuracy goes down. Just period. It doesn't matter
It's
if you're
true.
Shane Van Boning or its accuracy starts to go
But to
down.
that point, who is this person?
Sovtek?
Yeah, to this person's point, though, certain games can trigger that sort of mindset.
Sure.
For me, it was 8-ball. You know, I would go and play 8-ball, and suddenly, like, it would change my way of thinking for when I played other games like 9-ball. Because 8-ball, you know, you're trying to hit windows that are like, you know, you got to have the cue ball stop on a dime sometimes.
Yeah. Oh, what a break.
Miguel's break is like, you know, it's been like this all day. So for anyone wondering how someone under 500 can break and run out, this is how.
Everything looks dressed up nicely. The 4 ball, I can't tell if the 4 goes into the side pocket. If it doesn't, I think that's the only really trouble ball coming from the 2.
Seriously, if we were looking at a 700 and under tournament, I would be saying, like, get your boots on. We're going out. Okay, I think he's going to overrun position a little bit here. But that 8-ball is sitting real pretty for this that cut shot.
Well, I still like cutting this because I
Yeah.
think it allows you to run into the 4 and the 5.
Yeah. There it is.
Look at this. Look at this. The 4 needs to dress up nicely. I just can't
I think
tell.
it's enough. I think it's enough. I think he can follow. I think he just needs to roll this in. Yep.
Oh, it is. Nicely done here. Our last issue is going to be from the 7 to the 8.
He may have to draw all the way back, though. I mean, oh, he's going to follow? I would, okay. Oh, he's drawing. He may have to draw a lot. Oh, look at this. How'd he hit it? He's not perfect,
Yeah,
but
it's a lot thinner than he would want.
He can work with this.
Right, and here's the shot that matters. What did I say? After he got this far, the 7 to the 8.
Yep.
At this point, I think you just make the ball.
So
Don't even try to get position on the 8.
You can actually go rail first on this, and it can make the 7 ball a little bit fatter.
This is true, and that's what he did.
And that's what he did. Yeah. He hit it much harder than I would have. I was thinking like just roll it in, you know.
Little graze off that 9 ball. Ooh, a little close for comfort there.
Yeah.
But this should look pretty good. I don't think this is a stop shot angle, but maybe go to the side rail and just come back out.
Yeah, yeah. Just focus on making this 8 ball. Really
just
well
like
done.
That. Nicely
really
done.
Really well done. Anastasio shooting at the 9 ball for first blood. Boom. All right. So we're at 1-0 now. And let me see something.
Sure.
See what is available to us right now. Well, they only have a setup for 2 cameras. Guys, just a reminder, I'm gonna just keep saying this over and over and over again. Like, subscribe, and share. Because that is how this stream survives. We really, really need that. It's super important. I think the last we checked, we were at 500 subscribers, which is pretty good. It's halfway to 1,000, and 1,000 is a key milestone for YouTube. It means that we unlock revenue sharing, which means the stream makes money. If the stream makes money, then we get to add more money to this tournament. So please like, subscribe, and share it. Liking it is very effective because for other pool players across the country, this stream starts popping up on the YouTube homepage.
Exactly.
Yeah, and sharing, it's pretty obvious. You know, more people, more stuff. You know, more good things happen. So share this with your parents, share this with your kids, share this with your siblings. Anastasio is going for the 2-9 combo, looking to get on the hill. Oh, oh. So Anastasio chooses to go for the side pocket instead.
This is where you hear from the peanut gallery. APA.
We're playing 9 balls today, guys. We're playing 9 ball. All pockets count. Anastasio's on the hill, and he's looking to get his revenge against McKenna. McKenna is over in the corner practicing. She's like peeking over, seeing like what's going on. So I think McKenna's going to win the last woman standing award.
Oh, did they do that for today?
They may have. I'm not quite sure. But I think being the hot seat winner pretty much guarantees that.
So I think we got a little. Is this alternating break?
It is alternating break.
So we're on game 3. So did who broke first? I thought it was Miguel that broke first.
I can't remember.
Because game 3, whoever broke on game 1 would be breaking on game 3.
Yes. But for that, I was talking about this earlier. We don't get involved. Mostly because it's the best way to be fair.
Yes.
You know, like if we start getting involved with one player, then we have to make sure that we're getting involved an equal amount of time for the other player, and we can't promise that.
Exactly.
Like if a foul situation comes up, look at this.
We could be looking at a run out here.
Yeah. This is amazing. He's playing really well. I mean, to the point of the person who was initially questioning Anastasio's Fargo rating, I don't blame him. You know, like this is really good pool right here.
He doesn't like it that he got on the 7. Mainly it's just because he's just a little shy of optimal position. The cue ball's going to have to do some traveling here.
Yeah, but this lends itself to what we were talking about before. Anastasio exposes himself to really good pool all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And he knows what good pool looks like. He's talked to players enough that he knows what their goals are when they're shooting, and he can incorporate that into his own game, and he has.
This one's going to get overcooked for the side pocket.
So now he's going to have to rely on his talent a little.
Oh, and he just drills it in there for the win.
Anastasio for the break and run to win the set 3-0. That's going to bring on McKenna Sanders and the finals. Stay tuned. Okay, guys, we are back. They just flipped the coin. I think McKenna won the coin flip. And we are racing to 4. This is a double elimination tournament, so Anastasio is going to have to double dip in order to win this. And McKenna has been lights out today. What is she shooting with there? That looks like a Predator?
That's her break cue. I think that's
okay.
a BK3.
That is a BK3, yep.
Now these two, they went hill last time. Let's see if we're going to see a repeat.
See where McKenna's breaking from? 2 balls going to go down. 1 ball's going to go right near that side. See?
Oh, I can probably do you one better on the next break. If she continues to break like that, I will tell you where 4 or 5 balls are going to go.
So McKenna's got a couple of options right here. She might be able to make the 1 on the side, but she can definitely hook Anastasio behind the 5. She was straight in on the side. Look at that. So this is an interesting little spot.
Yeah.
She might need to consider just leaving the cue ball right around there.
You're talking too loud. I think she can hear you.
Kind of perfect there. My reason for that was because where the 7 ball was sort of like.
Oh no!
I thought we were going to see back-to-back break-and runs.
I know, that would have been amazing.
Yeah. Although that 8 ball does not look like a lot of fun.
Yeah, that was to me that was the most troublesome spot, is getting from the 8 to the 9.
Yeah.
Okay, bit of an undercut.
So Superman is human. Anastasio misses the cut shot on the 4, but he doesn't leave McKenna a whole lot to work with. But McKenna has already proven that she's got some creative safeties up her sleeve.
Here comes another one. Hopefully she doesn't scratch in the corner. Oh, just a bit too hard.
You know what, though? If there's a rack where she can afford to do it, this might be it. This is a tough rack to get out from. You've got a lot of traveling going on here. And in particular, I'm looking at the 7, 8, 9.
Yep.
You know, the 7's not in a fun spot for the 8, and the 8's not in a fun spot for the 9.
I would expect a stop shot here.
Yeah.
Or a stun shot, whatever.
Now this is where it gets tricky. So if I were Anastasio, I'm going to take see what he's doing? He's taking a good look at that, at what that lead's going to look like. He might consider rolling forward a little bit.
I'm actually okay with being on the short side of the 8 ball. I know that I know it's favored to not shoot past side pockets, but the 8 ball's off the rail a little bit.
It is. It is.
So I wouldn't mind getting from the 7 to the 8 on the short side, and then shooting shooting the 8 towards the 9. Versus, I think the typical play is going to be to get on the long side of the 8 and try to draw back.
I'll put it this
for the
way:
9.
neither is easy.
This is correct.
So yeah, whichever side is going to get you that.
See, I like this. I think he might have hit that just a little too hard.
Yeah.
But here, I think all he has to do is just focus on making it. The cue ball's naturally going to roll down there.
Yeah.
I don't think
use a little bit of right spin.
Maybe.
A hair, a smidge. But you were right. I mean, like, he hit a window that was basically like 3 feet wide.
Mm-hmm.
Now, funny thing is that he's left McKenna a shot that she's proven that she knows quite well. This is an up and down, I think.
These are always fun to judge. Just a little bit harder than lag, because that's pretty much what you're doing with the cue ball. There we go. As long as it doesn't find the corner pocket.
Oh,
Don't
no.
find the corner pocket. Oh, no.
McKenna Sanders scratches on the 8 ball, concedes the 9. Anastasio will take a 1-0 lead. See now, that's one of one of the reasons why I know McKenna's, nowhere near her ceiling, because she's so good with those shots. Like, she knocks those balls down, and her speed is good. Imagine what it's going to be like when she starts nailing the angles that she's hit that she needs to hit.
Well, I mean, what do you think the correction is supposed to be? I would imagine it's not hit it softer. Would you bring the long rail into play?
I might use a little bit of inside. Just a hair. That way it straightens out. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I have to go back and look at it. I can't say off the top of my head, like, with any certainty what I would have done. but the greater point of what I'm making here is that I think in 6 months or a year, McKenna will have that figured out.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Let's see some airtime. She did a really good jump shot earlier in another match. Oh, just barely missed this one.
That was a lot of height.
Yeah.
That's a lot of height. You guys may not be able to see that on camera. In real life, IRL, that was a good foot over the bed of the table. It looks like Anastasio is setting up for. Can he cut this in?
I think so.
Initially, I thought he was setting up for the bank, but now I think he can just cut it in.
Oh, just a bit of an overcut.
Yeah. See how quick he shot that?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was talking about. Like, if you're going to make a mistake, take your time. And I know that sounds silly, but it's true. I swear to God. Okay, she's overcooked this.
And see, this is what I'm referring to about how just the tendency is to overhit a ball.
But I know why she did that there, because you see yourself running into a ball, specifically probably the 5 ball, and you want to make sure that, like, you've got enough speed that you don't get hooked behind something.
Sure. See, when I explain these types of shots to my teammates, you look at that shot that Anastasio just missed. The 3 ball needed to travel roughly about 6 feet to get to the pocket. 6-7 feet maybe. And so when you see how far the 3 ball actually traveled, that tells you how much power he actually put into the shot.
Excess power.
Yeah, excess power, exactly.
Yeah.
And the cue ball had minimal movement to get positioned on the 4.
The double, that's not a double. Ooh.
That was not what she was intending, since she wanted to make the ball.
She didn't want that leave, but she might have been playing short side shape. So in that sense, like, it's not like she didn't not want that leave.
Right.
Real nice kick attempt on Anastasio's part. Unfortunately, attempting to kick is not as good as kicking. So McKenna's going to get ball in hand, and a great opportunity to tie this up at 1. Just a reminder, this is the finals, and McKenna is the hot seat winner. So Anastasio must double dip in order to win this. The first is a race to 4, and after this we are racing to 3. That is, of course, if Anastasio can win the race to 4. Oh.
So you see stuff like that, that's what I'm referring to.
Yeah.
Right? That was a bottom spin, stunish type of shot, which requires a tad bit more force, which is going to require you to be more accurate. And because the accuracy was lacking, she ends up bobbling the 4 ball.
Yeah.
Versus if she'd have just gently rolled the ball down there, she's guaranteed position on the 5. The cue ball might be, what, 6 inches further away?
Well,
but
it's sort of a give and take, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Either take your time and be accurate, or roll it in.
Yep.
You know, like one or the other. It's similar to when I tell people, like, you know, you can jack up or you can use English, but you can't do both.
Right.
You know?
Oh no.
Oh. So Anastasio makes the same mistake. And this is funny because we've got a hanging 5-ball, and that's it, 4-5-9.
But this 4-ball is now beyond the points of the corner pocket, so you have to hit the ball.
Yeah, no, I think
you can't rail first. You can't do, like, you have to hit. You have to draw the cue ball out of the pocket. Oh, and with the bridge, this isn't going to be fun.
no, I think you got to play a stop shot. Just keep it simple, or just tap it in. Yeah,
Oh, nicely done.
that's fine. Yeah, these diamonds, the pockets play so deep.
Yep.
You know, like there's such a deep shelf on these tables, more than other diamonds I've seen, and it can be really difficult to play position on those hangers. You just want to hit this on the thin side.
See the way she just played that?
That was awesome.
That's how she should have played the 4-ball, in my opinion.
That was awesome. She hit that perfect.
Exactly. See?
There it is.
That's what I like to, that's me personally, that's what I like to see.
We are racing to 3 now. Or we're tied at 1, whichever way you want to look at it. McKenna Sanders, everyone.
Okay, so if she sticks with this, the same consistent break, let me see what the rack pattern is going to be first. And this is what I'll give you. And she has to still produce this, like, roughly the same break. So we know the 2-ball is probably going to go into the corner pocket. The 8-ball is going to bank off the side rail and head over to the right side pocket. The 6-ball is going to hit the foot rail and start heading back towards where she's breaking from.
Okay.
And the 7-ball is going to go 3 rails around and head towards the left side pocket.
Okay.
Up, got a collision.
Yep.
But this isn't the same break.
No.
And not because it's dry. When you look at the cue ball from her first break, her cue ball doesn't end up on that side of the table.
No.
It's on the other side of the table.
So she hit this a little bit too far to the right.
Correct.
Yeah. I think Anastasio is, oh, he's looking to play safe.
He's going for it.
Oh, he's going for it.
See, that there's one thing I could say that I admire about that stuff, even though you would say, like, there are better decisions in my opinion, but to play with that type of aggression, there's
a lot of value there.
Yeah.
That's the reason why Anastasio breaks and runs out, because, you know, he is always in one mode.
I meant aggressive play, not aggression, aggressive play.
Yeah. He's in one mode all the time, like make ball, make ball, make ball, you know, and that adds up. You know, and that's why he's breaking.
What a draw stroke.
Yeah, I don't think she meant that.
I don't think so either.
You know what, though? She's a Sanders, so I'm not worried about distance.
5-ball?
Wait.
2-ball?
Wait for it.
Yes.
There it is. So McKenna lucks in the 2-ball with perfect shape on the 3 and a nearby 4. This could get late fast. Really, the only thing I see, and this is the key shot right here. This shot right here on the 4. If you can get straight in on the side for the 5-ball, you're going to be able to hit that window when you make the 6 and you need to get positioned on the 7.
Yeah, that 9-ball is big. I was already watching her cue. I was thinking, like, you got to put this one. You got to drag it down that long rail a little bit just to make sure that you're guaranteed to get past the side pockets.
Okay, well, she needs to make contact here, because with the way these balls are laid out, giving up ball in hand would be devastating. So, ooh,
she really can get some height out of that
really
jump.
Can.
Like, wow, we just got to tune up the accuracy a little bit.
What is he doing? Is he going for the combo? No. Okay. So what I see is just roll the 5 ball in, have the cue ball creep up. Basically, you want to be parallel with the 6.
Yep. So that way you can just float in between the 7 and the
So you
8.
can float between the 7 and the 8. Yes. Or you can draw back. That's fine too.
Wants to use the rail.
Yeah, you can use the rail to do the same thing. I think floating forward was easier, but
Oh, why bottom spin though?
okay, that's an up and down angle. So he's going to have to go up and down now.
Ooh, all right,
no,
we're gonna take a pinch shot here on the 8 ball.
That's not bad. That's not bad. Look at that.
Oh, what a shot. Where's that cue ball gonna go? We're gonna have a long corner pocket shot.
This kid's going to be good.
Oh, and he's got that angle where that side pocket comes into play if he's not careful.
How old is he, like 30?
I actually don't know.
Yeah. In like 5 years, it'll be like he'll be giving me weight. Maybe I have 5 years. I'm being optimistic.
Okay, I love that he's taking his time. He's trying to make sure he's putting all the effort he needs to into this ball.
Well
what
done.
A shot. Stay out of the corner pocket. Oh, no. Wow.
Well, you know what? He owed one. McKenna did that in the first game. So McKenna basically gets back the bad roll she got.
What did Steve Mizrak say to Paul Newman in the Color Funny? I didn't deserve that.
I didn't deserve that. You think I haven't seen that movie 1,000 times? You want to hear something interesting? Do you remember what Tom Cruise's character's name is?
Vincent.
Do you remember his last name?
Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue.
Okay, I'm going to give it away because we're on a stream. It was Loria.
Yes.
Loria.
I was going to say it ended. I thought it ended with an O, but I knew it ended with a vowel.
The character was named after a billiard store on the Bowery in New York City called V. Loria and Sons.
Really?
Yes.
It's a nice fun fact I didn't know about.
Yep. Well, the billiard stores in New York City, V. Loria's is gone now.
That didn't happen to be the first billiard hall that they visit that was upstairs.
No. It was just a hole-in-the-wall store that sold pool equipment. That's all. Like if you went to like any other pool shop in Austin, like Billiards ATX or Billiard Austin Billiards, they sold the same sort of stuff. It was just an old-timey looking store instead, you know. Blatt Billiards, on the other hand, had been in its Greenwich Village location for like a century. And that neighborhood, like right around the corner from where Blatt Billiards used to be, was the factory for Bulk Collender, one of Brunswick's competitors.
Oh, okay.
Brunswick ended up merging with them or buying them. And Michael Phelan, who was a 3-cushion player / pool player from the 1800s, had a pool room that was around the other corner from where Blatt Billiards was. And that pool room was New York City's largest pool room in the 19th century.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And I can't even remember why I went down that tangent.
Oh, because I brought up the color of money.
Oh, yeah, yeah. That's right. That's right. Yeah, the color of money and most especially the Hustler have a lot of roots in New York. The Hustler was oh, okay, so John Eagle has come over to film this so he can watch the hit. I think that was a good hit.
It looks good to me.
Yeah.
But we got a slow-mo camera play here that we're going to verify what happened. And it looks like it was ruled a good hit.
Yeah, yeah. It's great, though. Like, McKenna and Anastasio, they're friends, you know, like.
Oh, not right now, they're not.
Not right now, they're not. But it's nice because in the sense that, like, when these issues come up, you know, you're looking at two people who want the right answer.
Yeah.
They're not fighting for, you know, win at all costs type thing. They're not like that. She's not going to, like, you know, take a baseball bat to his kneecap just so she can win.
Oh, no.
Oh.
And it's interesting, though. I find
Go
that.
ahead, yeah.
I was going to say, I find that people will say to themselves, like, I didn't think I hit it that hard.
Okay.
Not realizing, like, again, how soft you can actually shoot certain angled cut shots and actually get that cue ball to travel.
Yeah. Okay, so McKenna's going to fall on the wrong side of the 7 ball, but this isn't so bad if you can map out the 3-rail route.
Yeah, it's just that 9 ball becomes really big.
She hit it with really good speed, though.
Gets behind it really well.
Yeah.
So well that she could just roll this one in. I don't think there's any problem here. Just
you know
like
what?
that.
She might have been playing for the 3-rail route. I get the feeling like she was. Because I was going to say, like.
Nicely done.
Once you know that route well, it almost becomes the better play than trying to hit that zone directly.
Well, it's the difference between, you know, softly slow rolling the ball versus letting your stroke out and let the rails break the cue ball on the way down there.
And, well, as well, those rails give you more opportunity to manipulate the cue ball. Like
right.
You can draw, you can follow, you can use more or less spin. But if you try and go at it directly, then it's like you can soft roll, you can softer roll. That's about it, you know. But I was going to say really quick, Anastasio, when he fouled, he put his hand in the pocket and caught the cue ball. And that's a big mistake. I'm not even 100% sure that cue ball was going in.
To me, it did. But I know what you're getting at. You want to remove any and all possibility of a controversy. Like if it did happen to hang up, did your hand stop the cue ball? Like you want to rule all that out. Just let the cue ball drop.
Officially, the rule is the moment you put your hand in the pocket, it's a foul.
It's a foul.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And because you've interfered with the cue ball.
Yep.
So, and I can tell you from the angle I had, it looked like the cue ball was going to hit the left point of the corner pocket.
You think it might would have hung up from there?
Well, that's why I say there was a chance.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know for sure. I'd say 90% chance he was going to scratch, but a 10% chance it hangs up. You know, and it's worth that 10%. You know, it's worth that 10% to just let it go. You know, you're not saving anybody any time. He's going to try and jump over this. This would be a phenomenal jump shot.
Wow. Oh, no. Why did he scratch, though? What a jump.
Oh, my goodness. It was a great jump. He really came really close to making that.
Wow.
And he scratched. Whoa.
But see, that besides the scratch, which was unfortunate, seeing a jump like that makes me proud because I gave him some pointers and he executed it almost perfect outside the scratch.
So
McKenna's trying to go for a 3 foul.
Yeah. Well, I don't think she had much else in that situation.
So this is hittable, though. Just straight past the 7 with some spin. just like that.
Yep. Really good speed.
Good containing safety.
Yep.
Makes me wonder if McKenna's going to try to bring the 4 or 5 into play.
They're a little low for that, but she might be able to pull it off.
Just like that, but like you said.
Yeah.
Let's see, with that miss though, McKenna has an opportunity here to close the set out for the win. Oh gosh.
Yeah, you know, and the funny thing is as well as Anastasio is playing, what does that say about McKenna?
Yeah.
You know, McKenna's already beaten him. She's the only person in the field to have beaten Anastasio today. And she's on the verge of doing it again. You know, that says a lot about what McKenna's doing. So while you guys at home are paying attention to how often Anastasio is breaking and running, you might want to take a look at McKenna and, you know, pay attention to how often she's winning.
I was just going to also say, though, the fact that they played each other for the hot seat.
Yeah.
And then so now playing each other here for the final.
Yeah.
Clearly, there's obviously execution is involved here, whoever's going to execute better. But then I would still wonder their mental state. Like you said, does McKenna already have a mental advantage over Anastasio after beating him? Vice versa? Or what?
Well, I will say, I think it also speaks to their personal preferences. I think McKenna really tries to pay attention to what the correct shot is. Like, she's looking to play defense when she believes someone is supposed to play defense.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Anastasio, I think he prefers going for it, especially when he doesn't feel like 100% about the safety.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the reason why we're seeing Anastasio with, you know, an unusual number of break and runs for someone of his caliber, but also why McKenna's beating him.
I can agree with that.
Yeah. He's overcooked this a little bit, but you can get back in line. It just takes one really good shot right here.
Lots of inside spin here.
Yeah.
And that's the unfortunate part when you're playing with inside spin.
Yeah. Well, you got to take your time before you make a mistake. You got to slow that game down. See, like, McKenna shoots that shot on 2 warm-up strokes because it's a few inches from the pocket. She doesn't have to do much, so she can do whatever she wants.
This is the tricky one. We want a good angle on the 8. And this is a good angle.
That's a really good angle. Now watch how much time she takes here. See? Much different routine here. See, look at that.
A little bit of hesitation.
Yep, she's thinking about it. This is how you become a good player. You recognize when situations are a little tricky and you want to make sure everything goes well.
What a shot. Except just a little heavy-handed with the side spin there.
Yeah. But she's going to do it again. Watch. She's going to take her time.
Oh no. That's such a tough shot there in this situation. I
fully believe that if she pulled the trigger that she knew she had it. That's what I thought. And Anastasio trying to stay alive here. He's overcut it. This is going to do it, folks. McKenna Sanders for the win. That's it.
Oh.
Guys, thank you very much for tuning in. We're going to keep this stream. Actually, no, it's It's too early for that. So I think we're going to kill the stream. Thank you very much for joining us. We may be back online later. I'm not quite sure. But if not, just remember to like, subscribe, let your friends know. We're trying to get to 1,000 subscribers. It's really important that we do that. And try and make it down here. We're going to be playing the weekly tournament. Registration is going to begin at 6:30. Play begins at 7:30. And the breaking run contest is still in 5 figures. So take care. Have a good night. Bye.
Take care, everybody.